And we're here for the Gainesville Regional Utility Authority Board. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Member Caro, not present. Member Lawson.
Here.
Vice Chair Coates.
Here.
And Chair Carter.
Here.
Mr. Chair, the next item is the invocation. Before I introduce the person giving the invocation, we just want to provide a friendly reminder. If anyone is interested in leading the invocation, please let us know and we can get you on the schedule. For the invocation, we have Pastor Chipper Flanagan with City Church.
Thank you.
God, we ask for wisdom for the members of the GRU Authority, for GRU employees, and for all who wish to comment on the matters before us this evening. Give us wisdom in our thinking and in our speech, that together we might care well for those who benefit from the services that GRU provides. God, you tell us that in humility we should count others more significant than ourselves. May that be so tonight with your help. And accordingly, may we all leave this room edified and encouraged, even as we discuss weighty issues and make decisions. We give you thanks for those who have put in the time and energy necessary to prepare the room for this meeting and to make it accessible to those who are joining us digitally. We don't take any of that for granted, and may we steward this time and space so well with a spirit of gratitude. May our words and the dispositions of our hearts and minds be acceptable in your sight. Amen.
Amen. Our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next item.
Mr. Chair, the next item is chair comments.
That'd be me. One of the reasons, and I'm going to move this microphone over just so everybody can hear me. I know I have a loud voice. One of the reasons we inserted chair comments are a couple of things. One, to clear things up that might have been said in between meetings, address a few elephants in the room, and try to start the meeting off with some information. Tonight, I just want to start off by saying we're going to be looking at the IRP. That is informational only, and typically we do not take citizen comment on it. This is such a big deal. We're going to be taking citizen comment on it tonight because we do want to, give people opportunity to have some feedback because it is such a big item, and it's going to be a while before it comes in front of the board, so we want to get some feedback. Next thing, quite frankly, is I'm not sure what's going on, but on our January 17th meeting, Mr. Lawson did an excellent job on the assumption of the question of arrears. He spelled it out, and like I did, he looked at the balance sheets. He said, my assumption is, and I'm paraphrasing here, I apologize, that we look back 2 years to justify the current charges, so we are current, is what he said. Later in that meeting, the city manager came up and said, yes, Mr. Lawson is right, affirmative. And just so everybody can see this, because there's a misunderstanding, Mr. Lawson started speaking at 1:44 on that video. The city manager affirmed it at 1:57. A lot of people have called me and said, that's not what you guys said or did. We voted on the information provided. We also said that we're going to be meeting with the charters. The CEO and myself met with the charters. We met with the mayor and the manager, and we explained to them that we're going to go back to our staff and see if we can find evidence of 2 years in arrears. Our staff, our accounting staff says, I see the case, but there's nothing in writing. And I look at the budgets, and there's detail on everything. It says why stuff was done, but there's nothing in the city's budget or GRU's budget that says this is 2 years in arrears, which is very odd for me as a business person. If I owed $7 million in arrears, I think it would be noted. So I just want to get that out there. I don't think the city manager is trying to do anything deceitful by any means, but I think there's a misunderstanding here. But I want to make it real clear that Mr. Lawson did an excellent job. The city manager said, yes, we voted on what we heard. And now we're sort of being pointed at for being the bad people. I do respect that we're doing this in the middle of the budget, which gave everybody heartache, but our fiduciary duty is to this utility. So that being said, a few more facts that weren't brought out. And I'm going to use approximate because I don't want to. But one, according to what I knew as a city commissioner and what our thing says, on October 1st, the city commission's pay should have rolled back. That would have saved them money because they're no longer in charge of GRU. And approximately 50% of their pay comes from us, $225,000. And we quit paying that on February 1st, but the duties actually stopped on October 1st. Also, approximately, that leaves a balance of 2.4 million that we're still sending the city. On approximately from 2011 to 2023, the city was getting paid 1.4 million for IT. The true number is about 5.8 million, approximately. This year, they agreed to pay 2.9 million. We are working on that for next year's budget. Also, from 2018 to 2021, approximately, City of Gainesville approximately took $68 million more than this utility made. So when you see us trying to get a few bucks back here and there, we're not trying to hurt anybody. We're just trying to figure out where we're at, get our line in the sand, and let's run this utility as a business forward. I am not picking on anybody. I just want the facts out there. And if you're going to state the facts, like Mr. Cunningham came up and owned it, it was his idea, let's state all the facts, and these are all the facts. If I'm wrong on something, I will own that. But I beg you to please go look at that video from 144 through 157. You will see why we voted the way we did. So that's the end of my statement. I think I covered everything.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the next item is general public comment. Before we hear from the present public, we did receive an online comment through
Great.
our eScribe portal.
Could you read that in, please, real quick, Mr. Connors?
Yes, I will, Mr. Chair. A little louder, sir? I will try, thank you. The comment is from Kathleen Pagan, and it says, please do not change the programs funding affordable housing and support of essential nonprofit partners. Do not further cut city staff, fund renewable energy. And I do apologize, now I realize that was specifically related to an item later, so I will make sure that's included.
No problem.
In items later. And now, Mr. Conish.
First speaker, please.
Mr. Chair, Jim Conish, I'd like to give you a chronology of key events to put in context the weighty matters in front of you. In January 22, the Auditor General identified the Gainesville City Commission policy of overcharging GRU and what has been known through the years as an indirect transfer over and above the direct transfer, which is currently $1.275 million per month. In the spring of 23, Joint Legislative Auditing Committee Chair Caruso called for a 25% City of Gainesville budget cut, a property tax increase, no GRU transfer, and threatened to ask the governor to remove the mayor and the city commissioners if they didn't get on this stick and get their budget under control and stop taking so much money out of GRU. Sir, you were not there for that beatdown, but it was classic, and I'm sure you heard about it. In the spring of 23, Clement rolled out HB 1645. Caruso came in through the back door and stared down the mayor and let him know that they're paying attention, sir. On 5/28 of May 28, 23, HB 1645 became law, sir. It took effect July 1st, sir. Simultaneously, the CEO GM was stripped of all powers, sir. He had no powers. And he was supposed to bring forth a budget that comported with 1645. Now, I know he had the most difficult job in town at that point, but he did not produce a budget that comports with 1645. And we're going to find out more and more about this discrepancy. On October 4th, this authority has been seated. The authority has spent $50,000 for Mr. Walker, going to spend $100,000 for a search firm for a new CEO GM, sir. And you propose to take back from the city $118,000 a month starting February 1st, sir. So you have done nothing whatsoever to reduce the hemorrhaging of ratepayer money into the city of Gainesville coffers. This utility attorney needs to be sitting back with Mr. Nee and needs to be defunded like the city commission back to October 1st. Plus we got the $250 for Ackerman that even Tony objected to. And we need to just take it back because 40% of the city's budget, sir, flows through GRU. So you don't have to ask them for anything. You could just take their money and put it in your coffers and do whatever you want with it. And the same goes for the county. Now, I do have a question. I have information that it costs GRU $350,000 a month to provide the city with streetlights. How much is the city of Gainesville per month paying for streetlights?
We'll figure that out. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Debbie Martinez. This board, you all are the authority. Those folks across the street, they used to be the authority. And I don't believe you should be expending your good energy and time trying to explain to them why you're doing your job. You're doing a good job, and they are going to want to distract you every step of the way. I don't believe they want you to do your job. But I just had to get that off my chest. Sorry about that. Your job is to protect GRU customers and the financial solvency of our utility, regardless of how many times members of the Gainesville City Commission and their charter officers threaten to retaliate. They most likely will continue to blame this authority for their failures. They have been running this utility into the ground. You all didn't do it. You're here to try to fix it. I'm trying not to get angry. Normally, I don't, but this is just getting out of control. They are. Instead of cutting their bloated city budget for the past 7 years, they went on a massive hiring and spending spree on the backs of GRU customers and now want you all to bail them out. Yes, that's what they want you to do. They have a spending addiction and remain in a chronic state of denial. Please do not become their great enabler. Let them work their own recovery. Meanwhile, GRU customers are paying the highest utility bills in the state, and GRU continues to hemorrhage money. Thank you for hanging in there. We need you badly. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Wilbur Holloway, thank you all for your service. Really appreciate it. Just a quick thing. Was getting the materials off the table out front, and last week's minutes has the city seal. I'm sure it's an oversight. Just pointing it out. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Yes, it's me.
It's you. How you doing, ma'am?
Oh, I'm doing well, thank you. Thank you for being here. As you know, I spent 6 years battling with this
You
issue.
have some sympathy.
Sometimes I'm sorry we offered the university free water.
We don't do that anymore. Clarification.
You know, for years we talked to the legislature about in lieu of taxes. If we had a military base here instead of a university, the federal government would be paying in lieu of taxes so we could run a decent city. We've got to have something besides what city taxpayers pay. And if we don't find another source, we're just going to be a slum. There are good universities scattered across America, which I have seen, and they sit in the middle of a slum because there isn't a tax base to support all of the other buildings around. So this has been a continuing problem for the city of Gainesville for years and years and years. The legislature highly supported Gainesville Regional Utilities as a source of income to compensate for all of the property in Gainesville that pays no taxes. And we've done a complete reverse on this. I used to go to municipal utility meetings with such pride because in the whole United States, GRU was honored. Kelly was the hero of the utility industry in the nation. This is both public and private. We had a very fair system that we set up, and the state of Florida encouraged us to do it. And that was look at what private utilities would be paying in taxes and use that figure to then transfer money into the city of Gainesville. And so we looked at Florida Power and Light, we looked at Duke Energy, and added up their taxes. That's the money that we took out of GRU to keep Gainesville from becoming a slum surrounding a university. I think it's fair. I think it's easy. I think we should go back to it. Incidentally, the city taxpayers paid a huge amount for a fire engine to serve the internal building at the hospital. The city of Gainesville taxpayers paid for every city firefighter to go and be trained on how to deal with nuclear waste and other serious chemicals that are generated from the University of Florida. There was nothing in lieu of taxes on
Sorry,
that.
ma'am, your time is up. I
My
appreciate
time
you.
is
Thank
up.
you. Yes, ma'am. We're holding
Oh, I'd
firm
like
to
to
it.
tell you the whole history. I've got stories.
I know.
Mr. Chair, could the speaker please provide their name?
Oh, Jane, can you please provide your name? I happen to know you, but for the record, I apologize, ma'am.
Oh, yes.
That's what happens when I know somebody.
I'm that troublemaker Jean Chalmers.
She is.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Kim Popejoy. Mr. Chair, over 100 years ago, what began as a $7.30 dispute between the city of Gainesville and a private utility company led to the creation of our city-owned GRU. The current GRUA board is once again trying to turn GRU into a private-style utility company without regard to the role that this utility has and should continue to play in our community. Chapter 2023-348, Laws of the State of Florida, also known as HB 1645, amended Gainesville's municipal charter by establishing this GRUA board and is currently creating chaos in the city of Gainesville. The procedures used to create this board violate state law by not putting the charter amendment before the local Gainesville citizens for a vote as required. As such, every decision this board makes is illegitimate. This board has created chaos, committed hundreds of thousands of dollars of unnecessary dollars for whimsical wants, wasted hundreds of hours of GRU and city staff time, and strives to choke Gainesville's commission, government, and budget. This board will not stand. Financial starvation of a caring city government is the intent of this law. The mission of GRU is reflected in its mission statement, which is to provide safe, reliable, competitively priced utility services in an environmentally responsible manner and will actively contribute to the enhancement of the quality of life in our community. This mission has been honorably accomplished for decades. This law has section 7.12 that GRU management shall consider only pecuniary factors and utility industry best practice standards which do not include consideration of further social, political, or ideological interests. What this basically means is we can't support our community. We can only be as cheap as we can possibly be. You guys need to understand that this board will not stand. You should save your own personal reputations and resign. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Alex Hood. I wanted to take this opportunity today to talk about the Connect Free program, which is something that you guys will discuss later on the agenda today. I am a big fan of the Connect Free program. It's helped to build affordable homes for citizens of Gainesville, for veterans in the area. And the good thing about the Connect Free program is that it brings in a lot of matching funds from the federal, state, and private sectors. And it's actually brings in about $150 in outside investment for every $1 that we put into it. So this isn't just money that we're spending to build housing, it's money that we're spending to also bring in more money. And one thing that I also found was interesting was that it doesn't actually have an impact on GRU's finances according to the GRU's documents and the agenda backup. So I'm a little bit confused in the first place as to why it's on the chopping block. But I think it's a great program, and I think you guys should consider saving it today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we can, when we're doing our comments, just try to keep it things that aren't on the agenda. I didn't realize you were heading there.
I just can't stay for the whole time.
I respect that. There's certain rules we're trying to keep everybody to. Do we have another speaker, please, at this time? Okay. Oh, here we go. If we can, if you want to speak, come on, start moving up, and then we can get everybody in line.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bobby Murmer, coordinator of the Alachua County Labor Coalition. Wasn't planning to speak at this period or this part of the meeting, but some previous speakers brought up two canards that simply will not die, so I just wanted to fact check them really quick for the record. One, I heard insolvency mentioned, and again, speakers are very intelligent people. This board is very intelligent. GRU staff, extremely intelligent. But let's defer to the experts, the rating agencies, Moody's, Fitch, and they say we're doing just fine. So let's stop acting like we are in a fiscal crisis when the organizations that are charged with determining or predicting the fiscal health of entities says that we're doing just fine. Number two, I also wanted to fact check this idea that we have the highest utility rates in the state. So there have been several years where we have had the second highest rates amongst municipally owned utilities. Usually we're behind Key West, but when you consider the rural cooperatives and the investor-owned utilities, we tend to be right there in the middle. In fact, I believe Duke and Florida Power and Light throughout most of the state currently has higher rates than we do. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have another speaker at this time? Seeing none, Madam Chair. Okay. I just ask if you want to speak, please
sorry.
come up, because we're on a time crunch tonight.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Armando Grundy Gomez. I too want to follow in the same suit. The last time I saw all of you, it's good to see you again, was the first meeting that you all had. And I said to you that I believe what people do and not what they say, and I had no preconceived notions about what you were going to do. But what I do not like is the games and the gamesmanship that come up, and I like when people like to deliver convenient facts or facts that are convenient to them. And so I also like to play the facts game, and facts are a funny thing, and facts don't care about feelings. So let's also talk about some more facts. And so we talk about insolvency. I will far more trust somebody, Mr. Chair, like a Claudia Resnick before listening to somebody like myself or anybody out here. I think Claudia is very competent. I think she's very capable. I think it speaks highly to where she's come from and her business acumen. I trust Claudia Resnick. And Claudia Resnick told you, not anybody of us lay out here that play Monday morning quarterback or like to say what we think, she told you the facts, the numbers. Facts are a funny thing. It's just like when we went to JLAC, we can say, people say, well, you know, the city did not have a spending problem. Another fun fact was we cut $19 million of the budget. That's not a fact. What the city did cut, they did cut the general funds transfer by 19 million. What they also did do, Mr. Chair, is that they increased taxes by 15 million. What they also did, Mr. Chair, was increase their budget from the previous year over $2 million. That's a fact. The other fact is that when they were talking about cutting duplicative services, they always go for the low-hanging cherry fruit. They also, another fact is they didn't do zero-based budgeting. If you can show me anywhere, and I like Mr. Varvel, he's a nice guy, but Mr. Varvel comes up here and says, we did zero-based budgeting. Anybody that knows budgeting 101 knows that the city did not have the capacity, and you have to actually start at zero, and then you have to justify from zero, and how you have to justify each department gets their funds. That did not happen. They had decrements. So that's not starting at zero. They started from a number and went down, supposedly, but it was really a shell game. So what I find interesting is all of you all, we need to stop playing with the big thing. It's like the Wizard of Oz. Everybody pays attention to the show. The show is the fireworks and the big head that you see. But the real interesting thing is the action happening behind the curtain. And so when I hear, folks coming up here and say what you know or what you don't know or what's going to happen and we're not insolvent, if we weren't going to have a problem with arithmetic, and it seems to be a problem in Alachua County, just look at the school system. There's a problem with arithmetic. They think 2 and 2 is 105. And I hope that you all are more than smart enough to know and have a good enough business acumen to know those numbers just don't add up. So there was a structural budget deficiency with city government. GRU kept cutting, general government did not. We would not be here. I go to the leader, and I'm going to be cognizant of time, so I'm going to not do that.
I see you are, sir.
See that?
I appreciate it.
Uh-huh. And we can have more later.
Man.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is James Engel. Several of the previous speakers have mentioned that you guys are the absolute authority on what gets done with GRU, and that's 100% correct. It's not something I particularly agree with. I think that the way this came around, a public utility was taken away from elected officials without the input of the people it served, without the inputs of the citizens of Gainesville, without the input of people from the GRU service area, and given to people that don't have any direct accountability. I think that's a big concern. That being said, these are your decisions to make. And what I would really like to ask is there be some more coordination and some more slowing down of decisions that are made. Because like you mentioned during your comments when you came in, some decisions got made at the last board meeting that later all sorts of accusations and other information came up about. Decisions that get made without understanding what effect that's going to have on the city and the community, because you're only going to see this side of it, I think are decisions that are only half informed. So I said I would really like to see decisions that are made by this committee slow down and understand the impact that that is going to have, not only on the budget of GRU, but on the city it serves, on the GRU service area, on our community as a whole. I think it's very important, and I think that is ultimately what the goal of any public body should be. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Mr. Chair, the next item is the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Chair, you said you'd answer my question at the end.
Pardon me?
Yes, you said you'd answer my question at the end of comment.
Did you write down the question
I wrote
about
it
the
down.
street lights?
I wrote
Okay.
it down, Mr. Chair.
I didn't really say at the end of the comments, but I said I'll get you the answer. Well,
I can answer.
Yeah, go ahead. Go
approximately.
ahead.
The City of Gainesville pays approximately $3 million for City of Gainesville streetlights to GRU annually.
okay.
So, Mr.
So-
Chair, once again, the next item is the adoption of the agenda.
Okay.
Wait a second. I'm sorry. How come there's only one member of the public that's allowed to come up here and speak twice? and
He
ask
wasn't
questions?
speaking twice. He was clarifying a question that he previously asked.
Right, so just for the record, if we have a question that we ask in public comment that's not answered, are we allowed to come back up here and reiterate the question?
If that makes you happy, sir, go ahead. I mean, get as confrontational as we can. Okay, now, what do we got?
Mr. Chair, now the item is the adoption of the agenda.
Okay, so next item is adoption of the agenda. Do we have a motion to adopt the agenda? Please be aware there's a consent item in that agenda.
And the consent item is,
It's,
Mr. Chair, the consent item is 2024-116 lift station 1 improvements.
oh, okay. I'd like to move the third item to number 2 on the agenda.
What third item?
The third item is the escrow for government services contribution.
Okay. I'll listen to the board, of course, but I want to try, we have a very heavy IRP, and that's why we put it at the front of the
I
agenda.
I understand.
And that's a controversial item that I think could take a long time, and I don't want to bump it down the road again. But see if we have a second and see if we have a board that wants to do that.
To clarify, Mr. Chair, Member Caro, did you mean you would like to move that item in lieu of the agreements and associations item? So still
I want
after
to
the
move
IRP?
it up to number 2 after the item having to do with the approval of the construction
Okay,
that
yes,
you're talking about.
thank you, just wanted to clarify.
Sorry, was a clarification, was the item about the construction application, is that something that, I know it's on the consent agenda, I've had some folks ask, because we're spending $4 million, and they kind of want to have some transparency about that, so I would like to second that motion if we can move that off the consent agenda so that we can have a discussion about it, even if it's at the next meeting. Is that, do we have time at the next meeting, or is it immediate now?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, so we want to move that, we'd want to handle it in this meeting because we're moving forward with a contract with a contractor to do the construction, and so we would not want to delay that. So if it's moved off the consent, we would like to address it tonight so we have direction.
I personally would like to move it off consent so that we have full transparency how all GRU monies are being spent. And so therefore, if you don't mind that addition, then I'll second your motion, sir.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any public comment to the motion on the floor?
Mr. Chair, in the past, commissions have asked GRU to disclose how long a presentation will take before they launch into it. And before you get into the IRP, I think you should be clear on how long this is going to take for them to lay it out and make sure the board is comfortable with whatever that number may be. There's an executive summary, and there's just a pile of slides. So are we going to hear the executive summary, or are we going to spoon feed 120 slides one at a time? Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, first and foremost, I want to thank the Vice Chair and Mr. Caro for at least bringing up, I think transparency and sunshine is going to be extremely important in the name of this game. And you can never be wrong by having more sunshine. In fact, we need more of that coming from you all, because we don't know where there's conflicts or where there's misunderstandings. And when we have something like an IRP that needs to be discussed, it's more sunshine, especially on this IRP, and fleshing out when you look at it and really look at it and have more sunshine with a magnifying glass, you find some interesting things, real interesting things. And I think that the public deserves to have you, to hear it and understand the veracity of what is coming and not being spoon-fed like we're being fed Gerber split pea soup. I think it's imperative that we understand that this business motion is not all of what it seems. Again, it goes to the big head of the Wizard of Oz and the show behind the curtain. I'm more interested in the show behind the curtain. So thank you. Please, more sunshine. Don't run from it, run to it. More sunshine. Please, please, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board. Go
Yeah, can I
ahead.
just, if we're pulling it off of consent, can you just clarify, the board clarify where they want it in the agenda?
Yeah, we'll do that in this discussion here. Where do you want it in the agenda? You're pulling it.
I'm going to refer to
Well,
Mr. Carroll.
You're the one pulling it, though.
After,
After the IRP?
Sure.
Okay.
or, I'm sorry, after what
The
Mr. Carroll,
GSC, yeah.
after Mr. Carroll's change.
Okay. Any other member comment at this point? I will say that I can support pulling the consent item. I cannot support flip-flopping because I do want to get into the IRP. It's very important. We pushed them out last time, and I think that's important to get it done. So I can't support the motion as it stands, but I do want to pull it. That's why I was sort of hoping we can start splitting these a little bit. But so I'm gonna vote no as the motion stands, and then you can make another to pull the item if it doesn't pass. So all in favor of the motion as it's stated?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Aye.
Did member vice chair vote? Did
We had an aye and an
You and
aye
I. Okay,
here.
just
I'm
one-
not sure what
Thank
Mr.
you.
Lawson was voting.
Okay, I did hear it, thank you.
I'm opposed to the motion on the floor.
Yes, thank you.
So if I, can I ask a question?
Yes, oh, yeah.
If I vote against, that means we're gonna have to reconfigure the agenda.
No, if you vote against, the agenda stays the way it is.
Oh.
You'd still have to adopt, you still would have
We
to make
still
a
have-
motion to
So we'd have
adopt the
to
agenda.
adopt an agenda, which
Right.
means we're gonna reconfigure the agenda. potentially.
Well,
Someone would have to make
another motion to adopt the agenda as stated, or someone can make a motion to pull that one item and not reorganize the agenda, and that might go, so.
All right. Against.
Okay, so we're dead on a split.
Okay.
Okay. So do we have a motion on the floor to adopt the agenda?
I move to remove the one consent item.
So we have a motion to adopt the agenda, removing the one consent. And where would you like that placed, sir?
After,
After the IRP? Okay,
or after the escrow conversation.
okay. So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any public comment on the motion on the floor?
Could we repeat the motion?
Sure. The motion was to adopt the agenda and remove the lift station 2024 -116
and put it at.
and put it at the end of the GSC transfer conversation. Okay, back to the board. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Okay, next item, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next item is the approval of minutes.
Do we have a motion for the approval of the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes.
We have a motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any public comment on the minutes? Seeing none, back to the board for any discussion. Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next item is CEO GM comments, if I'm not mistaken.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll address, there's been a little bit of talk already about the executive summary approach. So we listened to the board last meeting of trying to narrow in on the topics and give high-level overviews with detail available for the public and available for the board to review. But at the meetings, provide more of an executive summary approach, which will allow you all as board members to do a lot more interaction between you, which, as we all know, it can't be done in any other space besides in a public meeting. And so we are piloting that tonight with the IRP discussion and looking for feedback. It is still pretty dense and a lot of information. And Eric will touch on this when he gives a presentation, but it is, we're in the middle of this process, so we don't need to make decisions tonight. We need to be moving toward a plan for power generation into the future, and tonight is part of that evolutionary process to get there. The other thing I will say is, tonight we have that item. We also have an item on our agreements and associations, and so I think what we're really trying to do is systematically walk through this transition of the utility to the utility authority and identify the parts and pieces that we need to modify and change. We're working with Folds Walker's firm to walk through how to do that, and then we're proposing changes as we make our way through this process. And as we all have stated, we're going through a business transformation of GRU, and we're trying to do that methodically in the process. So with that, those are the comments I have. If there are any questions, we can move forward.
Anybody have any questions? I do have one. So just to clarify, and maybe the public doesn't know this, but in our conversations, and I don't know what the other board members were told, I was told that this IRP is cost-driven. It is what the best financial decision for this utility is.
Correct.
And we look at even timing out our current generation as they get old, instead of replacing them, we are looking at that in this IRP.
Correct, and I'll expand on that. So yes, absolutely, we're looking for the most cost-effective way to provide power to our customers, whether we're generating it, we're purchasing off the market, different technologies. And so that's what this process kind of goes through and develops. Where we are today is we have some preliminary results.
Right.
This is not the final. We take these preliminary results and we try to determine a plan that we can accomplish, and we're taking into account our rates, we're taking into account our debt load and our debt reduction plan, and then developing a plan from that. And so right now, staff is working very diligently to start working through options of a plan based on these preliminary results. And this will be a several-month process of analysis to get there. And again, we'll be providing more updates to the board as we walk through that process. Tonight is really the beginning and the preliminary results that have been done.
Okay, then I met with you and I told you I pulled up several IRPs from Florida companies, Florida Power, Duke, JEA, Orlando, a couple other. Did you provide that to the other board members?
Yes, so those
Okay.
are available.
The reason I'm saying that is just so everybody knows that we're looking at our IRP tonight and we're looking at others. So the board's doing their job. So just wanted to get that out there. Thank you so much, sir.
I've got a quick question.
Oh, go ahead.
So there is a certain urgency that we feel from everything you've given us. What drives that urgency?
So the urgency on the IRP is that we have units that are retiring over the next 5 years, and it takes several years. It could take 3 to 5 years to develop, to implement a new generation. And so the urgency is really around, the urgency isn't, we got to decide this month or next month, but we've got to decide in the next several months what the next step is. And so that, the need to replace generation, aging generation, creates that urgency.
Is there a specific deadline you're looking for? Because you put one in earlier in our paperwork.
Yeah, so we're on a path to try to get to the April 17th, I believe, meeting to have a decision. But if that needs to push out 2 weeks or a month, that isn't the end of the world. We just can't push that out, 3 months or 6 months.
So that date is driven by, it must be driven by an evaluation of something that is going to be put out of service, and they're going to need to replace it by a date certain. So what is that date certain? Are you looking at 2027?
2020, there's 2 units, our 2 CT units are retired, planned to be retired in 2026, but we anticipate we may be able to extend the lives of those 2. And so the other one is Deer Haven 1, which is retirement date of 2027. That is a pretty solid retirement date. It will be a 55-year-old generating unit in 2027. In 2022, we did a lifetime assessment of it when it turned 50. Power plants typically don't, it's more 30 to 40-year-old plants. So we took a 50-year-old plant, we did a lifetime assessment of that plant to determine if it could be extended, its life could be extended. We identified that it could be for 5 years, but that's really it. Like extending Deer Haven 1 any farther than 5 years does not seem tenable. And so that is a pretty solid date in terms of generation that will be coming off, and we have to have a way to replace that generation. And there's a lot of options on how to replace it. You could buy off the grid. You can build something. So there's a lot of options, and the IRP basically reviews that, but it looks at a 25-year timetable and says what all you would need to do in that 25-year timetable for power generation. And now I'm getting into the presentation quite a bit. So I think a lot of that discussion will come out in the presentation as well.
You good, sir?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay,
I mean,
great. Any other questions at this time? Great, go ahead and proceed.
Mr. Chair, the next item is attorney comments.
Mr. Chair, we met with the executive board, Tony's executive board this morning. This is our second meeting. They've whittled down approximately 7 items that they need some help with as quickly as we possibly can. So we're going to be working on those and interact with this board. I think we're gelling as a team, so we'll keep on that, and it's under progress.
In full disclosure, that was sent to me also.
Good.
And I said, yes, that seems reasonable. So I just don't want, I've been kept in the loop, as the next chair will be, or any chair will be in the loop on that, so.
And I think if any of your members want to talk about that, what we're
by all
working
means.
on, that sort of thing.
well, we
welcome
probably
it.
could be kept in the loop.
I think you were. I mean, as far as they did email all the members, I saw the
did?
email go out. They asked me that they were having the meeting. They said, we believe these are our top priorities. Are you in agreement with it? My response was yes. And then then they sent out to the board. So that I don't think in the initial, but please keep in mind, board members, a lot of you folks that haven't, at any point, I mean, during comment, you can say, I have a priority I want to be accelerated for any reason. You get a second, we have a vote. I mean, just, I set the agenda. I have meetings with a lot of people. I'm only one vote. So at any point, you want to put something on the agenda or you want to do anything, just survives the vote, and that's it. We're in an awkward position because it's a 4-person board right now. When we have a 5th member, life will be easier one way or the other, so. But does that make sense to you, sir?
Sure.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Okay, next item, please.
Mr. Chair, the next item is business discussion items, and this first one is 2024-114 IRP introduction and preliminary results.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll be real brief because I commented already. Eric Walters will be giving that presentation, and again, he'll be covering the executive summary portion. The rest of it is in the backup. We can answer questions about any of it. It's going to be in 3 parts. There's going to be an introduction that was planned for the previous meeting that we didn't get to. And then we're going to have the Energy Authority come and introduce themselves and give some more kind of broader understanding of the industry and trends that we're seeing in the industry. And then Mr. Walters will get back up to talk about the preliminary results. So with that, Eric?
Mr. Walters, real quick, do we have an idea that is a good, do we have an idea of how long the presentation will be, just so we can be, in case
Sure,
somebody
that's
wants to hang around for it?
So, Mr. Chair, if I had to take a guess, if there were no questions, we could probably get through it in about 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes, the first part, probably a little longer for the second.
Okay. Would you care to sit at the table, or are you good standing the whole
I'd
time?
actually prefer to stand.
No problem, sir. Whatever you choose. Thank you. Continue.
All right. So, Chair members, as Tony said, my name is Eric Walters, Interim Chief Sustainability Officer for GRU. I am standing up today. I'm a little more comfortable standing because I'm going to be here for a while. So, and I like to talk with my hands, and I don't want to, So I'll be here. So as Tony said, this is going to be done in 3 parts. I'm going to hit part 1. TA is going to come up and hit part 2. And then I'm going to come back for a second part from a GRU specific discussion. But there's a lot of information in the appendix and in the backups. So there's a plethora of slides, but what we're going to do is go through the executive summary portion of that, which is, as it says, a shorter version of it. But if there are any questions specifically, we can definitely dive down to the rest of the slides, talk about that issue, answer those questions, and then come back up to the executive summary. So please don't feel free that you're stuck with the 10 to 12 slides that we put in the summary. You can go anywhere you want to go. And I want to reiterate that this is for you to have the discussion, to hear the information, to get the feedback, to have an opportunity to provide feedback to the group, to staff, and help us to understand and help build that path together, right? So first off, with this IRP, we really wanted to do a couple of things. Number one was protect the integrity of the process, okay? And it sounds weird that I have to say that, but everybody's heard the phrase garbage in, garbage out, right? You put bad information in, you get bad information out of a model, and we did not want to do that. Another thing we did not want to do is we did not want to predetermine the outcomes of any of these studies. We wanted the cost data to drive whatever outcome came from the IRP. And we didn't want to bias against or for any kind of technology. So again, we wanted to put everything into the model, back away and say, give us the answer. So if we can pull up the slides. All right, great. So what you're seeing before you right now is the overview of the IRP process. And as Tony mentioned, we are right in the middle. That highlighted portion is really what we've just finished up in evaluating the alternatives. With an IRP, you do it typically every 3 to 5 years. So you build it, you look at the data, you go execute something, then you come back 3 to 5 years later and you do it all over again, accounting for new information that's come. And so the last IRP was done in 2019. And it was, we kicked off this most recent IRP actually last January. So we've been at it for about a year now, a little over a year. And we're right in the middle of it. So if you're looking at this, the evaluate alternatives is we've gotten some preliminary results out of the model. And that's what we're bringing to you tonight in portion, right? So there's not a decision that we're going to recommend. This is really, what does the model say? Now let's go build a plan based on what we know from that model. Okay. So just to start off with the service territory, this is GRU's electric service territory in the red. The city limits are outlined in the pink, fuchsia, whatever color that is. I'm sure my wife could tell me exactly what it is, but I can, it's pink. And so when you look at this model or this layout, you have roughly 100,000 electric customers connected, or customer accounts. And it's roughly split 70-30, 70% within that pink area, 30% outside of that pink area. A total of about 100, a little over 100,000 electric accounts. So this is a look at our typical peak and low days and the 2 times of the year that we typically have peaks, one in the summer and one in the winter. So if you look at this graph, the solid line is a typical day. Red is summer, blue is winter. And so you can see the variations there. The hash lines are peak days that happen during those times. So you can see quite a bit of variation between a typical day and a peak day. So a typical winter day usually comes on the second or third night of a long string of cold nights, which is relative in Gainesville, right? But second or third night of cold nights in the lows in the 20s or low 30s, you'll see a typical peak like that. In the summer, it comes during a heat wave, high humidity, high temperatures, and it typically builds. So you can see from the average or typical day to a peak day, in the winter, there's about 100 megawatts of difference in between those peaks. In the summer, it's about 75 to 80 megawatts of a difference between those peaks. The point here is that those are the times that we have peaks, but we have weather and load 365 days of the year. Our generation mix has to be capable of meeting that load, all of those peaks, the typical days, and everything in between. And so when you look at that, you got to make sure that you're flexible and that you can meet those loads at all times. To be able to do that, you've got to have a diverse mix of generation. Your portfolio has to be diverse both in economics and flexibility to be able to meet those power needs. And so, growing up, my dad was a carpenter, and he was big on saying you got to use the right tool for the right job, right? If you had to drive in a nail, yeah, you could do it with a pair of pliers, but it'd take a lot longer and it's a lot messier. A lot more efficient, a better use of time to use a hammer. And if you've got a large project, you're probably better off using a nail gun if you need to do that, right? Same kind of idea with generation. When you look at this, you can have one tool in your toolbox and you'll be very constrained when you see all those variations and differences in peaks and loads and valleys during the day and throughout the year. Or you can use a mix of generation to help you meet that need in an economic way, no matter what the load is. So we have a mix of baseload and intermediate units, and those are your steady racehorses. Those are ones that are constant, they're fairly efficient, but they don't move very fast. You can't ramp them up, shut them down, start them up very fast, right? So they're meant to stay on or come on and stay on, and they're going to meet the bulk of your load. The next is firming or peaking generation. Those have lower efficiency, but they start quickly. So when you need them, you can have them. So for instance, when we go to respond to a need with a peaking unit, it can be from cold iron to making load within 15 minutes, right? And full load usually within 20. And so that's what you need, where a typical generator in the first category would take anywhere from 6 to 12 hours, depending on the type of unit it is, to get up and going. So if something happens, I can't wait 6 hours. I need something that can respond right now. You also have intermittent load, which you take that power when you get it. And solar is a perfect example of that. On a cloudy day, you can't count on it, and you got to meet your load with another form of generation. On a sunny day, you take what you can when it gives it to you, and then you make up the difference around that. Another part of your portfolio is also power trading, and so that is buying and selling on the open market. And we operate in a number of different markets, both long-term and short-term, to try to optimize that. Long-term requires a little bit of different cost structure, which we'll talk about here in a couple of minutes. Short-term, we can play anywhere from 15 minutes, so we can buy for the next 15 minutes and every 15-minute interval after that, or we can buy for the next hour or 12 hours or 12 days and anything in between. And so the different markets we have access to allow us to optimize either both the purchase and the sale of power to optimize our system and lower the economic impact to the customer. And as we go through, please feel free to ask any questions that you may have. The next slide is an overview of our current generation supply. And so as you can see, we have a mix of mostly natural gas. We have some biomass at the bottom, but we have a mix of a total of a little over 600 megawatts in our system. If you look at the first three on that list and Deer Haven Renewable at the bottom, those are typically your base load or intermediate units. If you see CT 1, 2, and 3, those are typically your peakers. Those are your fast start, and they respond to system emergencies and changes, and they can respond quickly. And so if you move over to the right of that list, you see the fuel types in the middle, the primary, and then the secondary if available. And then you see expected retirement dates. The ones that are highlighted in red have a current retirement date that is within the next 5 years. And that speaks to, Member Carroll, your question about, well, what is the deadline here? And you can see there's a lot of generation that is scheduled to retire within the next 5-year period. And the bulk of those are the number of units comes from our peaking capacity. So we need to be able to work on replacing that and moving along. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about load balancing next. And GRU is a load balancing or a balancing authority. There's a little over 60 of those in the entire US. They monitor load. They supply load and continuous balance. Battery storage is becoming more of a thing, but if you look overall on the grid, there's the amount of battery storage available compared to the amount of load that's there is very minimal. So it's almost a real-time need that has to be met. And that's the ultimate function of a balancing authority, is you're starting and stopping, you're ramping up and ramping down generation units, you're importing and exporting power, and you're trying to do that in the most economical way possible. So when you look at the load, the owner of the load in regulatory terms is responsible for the balancing of that load, okay? Load is equal to customers. So as long as we have the customers, GRU is responsible for balancing the load that those customers create. We can balance that load either internally or externally. So we can do it internally with our own resources and software and personnel, or we can outsource it to someone else to do it, obviously for a price to do that. But ultimately, we are responsible for balancing that load. And there's been a couple of misunderstandings about the BA. And so when we look at this, there's no one person or no group of people sitting around doing just balancing. It's not like we have 3 people that do the BA function. This is really wrapped up in a group of folks that do a lot of other things that are cross-trained, that do multiple jobs for us, and balancing is one of them. So we have software, hardware, equipment, personnel, and they do things like transmission operations and transmission switching, writing those switching orders. They do dispatch planning, reliability monitoring of the system, and contingency planning, making sure that we can recover from that. And balancing is a small part of what they do. And so when we look at that, as long as we have that load, we're going to have to balance it. We can do it internally, or we can hire someone to do it for us. We've spoken a little bit about the tools in our tool belt, to use the term again. One of the tools is really being able to buy and sell power off the grid. Okay, and there's some misnomers about the type of power. So long-term power purchase agreements are kind of like car leases. If you go to lease a car, you pay for the right to own or to use that car. You don't own it, but you're paying for the right to use it. You also cover consumable costs. You cover the gas, you cover the brakes, you cover the tires, right? Any ongoing maintenance, if it's not under warranty, you will also cover. So you pay for the right to use it, and then you pay for the actual use and maintenance of that car. Buying a long-term PPA or capacity agreement is a lot of the same thing. It's the same idea. You are buying a piece of, or you're paying for the right to use something, but you don't own it, but you have to pay to maintain it, and you have to pay to operate it, and pay for all the power that comes out of it. And so when you look at a long-term capacity PPA, it usually comes in 4 parts. The first is capacity, which is basically the right to use it, or designating those megawatts from another unit for you. You have non-fuel variable O&M. You have fuel charges, which is just like it's stated, and then you have transmission or wheeling. That's paying someone to transmit the power to you, and paying for the capacity of a transmission line that someone else owns. And so when you look at a long-term PPA, those are the 4 major parts of that transaction. The capacity and variable O&M can either be fixed or it can be escalating over the term of that contract, however long it is. The fuel charges are usually pegged to an index or NYMEX or some indices that is done every month and trued up every month. And then the wheeling or the transmission costs, they're additional and cumulative. So in other words, if I am buying power and 2 people own 2 transmission lines, I've got to pay both of those people to transmit that power to me. It's not just one fee. I've got to pay each one of them individually, and I add them both together, and that gets added to the cost of that power. And so as an example, we've kind of put together an example of what the cost may be for a 50 megawatt dispatchable PPA in the year 2028. And so when we look at this, the idea is, hey, if we decide that it's best to go and purchase power, this is the kind of deal that it would be structured like. Of those 4 major components, really 3 of them are already set. The annual capacity cost is driven by market and market availability. The annual variable O&M, and I'm talking about the cost in the blue there. You have some leeway on how you can negotiate that, but not very much, because that's usually set by the generation owner. The annual fuel cost you have 0 control over, because it is pegged to an indices and trued up every month. And then the annual wheeling cost, again, is set by tariff. So that tariff, if you're, for instance, going with Florida Power and Light and transmitting over their lines, they go to FERC, which is the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. They approve the rates, and that's what the rates are, and there is no negotiation from that. And so of those 4 parts, really, 3 of them are almost set by either a market or a regulatory body that leaves us 0 control over those. So buying power from the market is included as an option in this IRP, but recognizing that we have very little control over the price once we start to sign up for that, right? And I also do want to make a note of that. There is a small note on the side with the asterisk. The IRP was based on a transmission wheeling rate of $2.67 per kW month. And that's what was fixed, and that's what FPL's rate was in February of last year when we started this process. Just in January 1st, they got approved through FERC, and that price went up over $1 per kW month to $3.77 per kW month. If you look at this, that's an additional annual cost of roughly $684,000 that was approved. And that was just, if we were in that plan, we will be paying that beginning January 1st of this year. And so it just goes to show that there are large portions of this cost that are simply imposed upon us that we have 0 control over.
Question, sir.
Sure.
So just trying to educate myself and hopefully at the same time educating other people. So right now, you're saying based on the information we know in 2028, our estimated cost per megawatt hour would be $68.25.
For a purchase power agreement of this type, yes.
So if I were to build, let's go to 100 megawatt power gas-fired combined cycle, build it, the cost of my money, staffing it, O&M, everything. What is gonna be my breakdown cost in today's money?
So that's a great question. We've actually put together an example of that, and I'll be able to pull that up for you and get that answer.
Yeah, I
to you.
just wanna compare, because I'm hearing a lot more than 68. So with any good deal, there is a risk factor. So I want to make sure that people understand that risk factor, but if, it's substantial, sometimes risks are worth taking, so just wanna make sure we're comparing apples to apples.
Absolutely. And so that in that comparison, I'm glad that you brought that up. Is that when you look at these costs, sometimes it is hard to compare apples to apples because there are certain things that are considered in some contracts that are not considered in others, right? And so you've got costs that are considered in a purchase power PPA that would not be considered in, say, a solar PPA, right? Or you've got additional costs like capital and those kind of things that are considered when you build something that are not considered in these other cases. So apples to apples is important. And so when we do that, we try to frame that discussion on to make the most rational comparison between the two that makes the most sense.
Thank you.
So getting a little bit into the IRP process, overall, when you look at the IRP, it's an assessment of future energy needs. You're trying to figure out what you need, and you're trying to figure out the most economical way to meet that need. And at the base of an IRP, that's what it is. You're looking for reliability and compliance with all regulations. You want it to be cost effective, and you want it to mitigate risk. And by risk, meaning whatever the future holds, or whatever the environment may be in the future, high gas prices, low gas prices, high purchase power prices, low purchase power prices. You want to be able to adjust to that and have a diverse mix because as one cost goes up, you can leverage a lower cost item to help keep your costs down. And so diversity is very important as we talk through that. This plan looks at the energy needs that we'll need over the next 25 plus year horizon through 2050. And it's a roadmap for decision making that really drives your actionable decisions over the next 3 to 5 years. Okay. So some people believe that, hey, if we decide that we're going to do this plan, we're buying into, this technology in year 2047. Really, you're not, right? You're taking a long-term look at the implications to make sure you don't make a short-sighted decision, right? So making sure that what you do in the next 3 to 5 years also makes sense long-term, but you're really going to execute the early part of that plan, and then once you do that, you're sitting down for another IRP, and you're capturing any changes in the market, changes in technology and efficiency, industry trends, availability. All those things are captured in the different iterations of an IRP. So when we look at a plan or bring forth a plan, we're not necessarily buying off and tying ourselves to something in the year 2047. We're really saying, hey, in the next 3 to 5 years, we believe that we need to be doing this. But it also makes sense in the long term because of the flexibility and the mitigation of risk that it adds. So in this IRP process, we assumed a few things. The first is we assumed that GRU will be the power provider, whether we generate that power, whether produce it, or any combination in between, right? Or any combination thereof. We use what we call, and I want to start using some common terminology, we used a baseline scenario. And baseline is really the best estimate of the future conditions that we have. We didn't add anything to them. We didn't take anything away, okay? We said, what does the future look like? And really put that in the model and said, give us the most cost-effective option that you can give us. There are usually minimal constraints in the baseline and it usually ends up being your most cost-effective as a result. The more constraints or limits that you put on the model, typically the higher the cost, right? So I want to take this moment to say really that the 2045 is not the basis for our IRP analysis. There's a belief that the resolution for the City Commission is baked into the baseline somehow, and that is not the case. All the inputs and the model constraints don't bias us towards the resolution, okay? I want to make sure that that's clear. All of the constraints that we do are to try to replicate reality in this model. Let me say it one more time, is that the baseline is not based on net zero resolution. It's just simply not. And I'm saying it over and over because I've heard it so many times, and I want to put it to bed. That's not the case at all. So any statements saying that it's baked into the baseline are not true. There is only one sensitivity that has the net zero resolution as the constraint, and that was the one that's labeled as such, as the net zero. We ran roughly 19 scenarios, and only one of them was geared specifically towards that. And it was geared towards that so we could know exactly how much additional money it would cost us to actually have to reach that goal. So we have a cost implication of reaching that as well. And so that's why it was done that way. No matter what the sensitivities or scenarios are, they all are solving for the lowest cost. So that is the driver. There are a number of considerations, and some we've talked about before in the past. Some are fairly new, but we wanted to make sure we pointed them out to you as we go through this process. The first is that we have several Deer Haven units that are nearing the end of life, and we've talked about those. We've had a couple of peaking units that are retiring, as well as Deer Haven 1 that we literally can't extend anymore. So additional resources are going to be needed to meet the demands of that. Each energy portfolio has to be reliable, it has to be operable, and meet all regulatory standards. And one of those particular standards that we wanted to point out was this need to meet meet our peak with the largest unit offline, or having an N-1 is what we call it in the industry. So N-1 is you're running your system in the best way, you lose your largest asset, and then what happens? What that standard says is that during your planning process, you have to make sure that even if you lose that largest asset, you can still meet the peak demand that's required. It's a way of building in reliability to the system. And so, because of the requirement that we model as close to reality as possible, the IRP reflects that. It reflects the ability to meet our peak load without our largest unit available. Now, that largest unit doesn't go anywhere. You can still use it. In an optimal case, it's going to be running, right? Because it's your largest asset. But in the modeling terms, it was excluded for that reliability reason. We obviously have rate and debt concerns. We've talked about those ad nauseum, so I won't go into more detail, but those are also factored into the IRP. Lower fuel and O&M costs with newer technologies. So Tony mentioned earlier that we've got units that are approaching 50 years old and older than 50 years, right? No one could imagine driving a car that's 50 years old and call it the most efficient thing that's out there. Replacing it and just upgrading to newer technology automatically brings you higher efficiency in most cases. And so the IRP also contemplates that. As you bring in that newer technology, it's giving you credit for the new efficiency and our higher efficiency and the newer technology that you're adopting. It also accounts for evolving technologies, but there's a cutoff that we have. There are so many things that are quote unquote available in the market. When you look at those things, some of them are ready and commercially available. Some of them are in pilot and test phase. Some of them are just on a small scale and people are vetting them and making sure or trying to make them ready to market or just to make them work. So we had a cutoff for technology in this IRP of things that were readily commercially available. And the idea is that because we need an actionable plan, I can't factor in something that's pie in the sky and then go write a contract for that tomorrow. I simply can't. If I can't go write a contract, write a technical specification, and hold a vendor accountable for performance, then we excluded it for those very reasons, because we have to be able to do that to execute a plan. So the benefit of that is you do have technology that's available and you use that to the best of your ability. As technology evolves in other ways and new efficiency are gathered, the idea is that you capture those in the next IRP. If they're mature and they're market available and they're commercially available, well, we include them in the next IRP. But that's the threshold and the cutoff that we had for this one. So let's talk a little bit about the model. I'm just going to go ahead and go through all of these. So we use a Plexos model, and it's really an industry standard for this type of study. And when you roll back all the fancy bells and whistles, it's a financial model. Its sole goal is to get the lowest life cycle cost and output. So when you look at these inputs in blue, you have things like energy demand, right? You have peak energy. You have hourly demand. You have also resource alternatives. There are options that the model can pick, and it factors in the capital cost of those new options. It factors in the ongoing fixed and variable O&M cost of those options, the heat rates or relative efficiencies, and the dispatchability of those units. So it tries to replicate the full cost of using that unit in your portfolio and capture all those costs from building it to operating it and maintaining it across its life cycle. We also look at things like energy costs. What is the fuel price going to be? So we try to make that adjustment. What are PPA prices? What are they going to be forecasted at through the study period? Any transmission costs that are there. We try to project the inflation rate. What is the bond rate? What are we going to be able to borrow money at? And we talk about it from an NPV. What are the discount rate at which we discount that value of money to bring it back? So when we looked at these inputs, we tried to look at something and refer back to things that are industry standards, that are well published, that are respected sources of information, right? I've done this long enough that I know as soon as you write down a model, it's wrong, right? I know that as soon as you make a fuel projection and write it down and publish it, it's wrong. I know that. But there are people that do this every day for people like Standard & Poor's or S&P that are doing this for investments, for companies that are investing millions or even billions of dollars into technologies, fields, resources, whatever. And so those analysts have in their best interest to make sure that they can pull in and as most accurately as they can reasonably do, forecast the future. And so we tried to take everything from our forecast from one of those sources. So for instance, for our options pricing for new generation, we use Sargent & Lundy. Sargent & Lundy is a large national, actually international engineering firm. They play heavily in the power market. They do a lot of EPC, which is engineer, procure, and construct, so beginning to end turnkey generation projects. The reason we chose them is because they do play in that space. They know what the market's been. They've procured, bought, constructed units recently, and so we use them to use their market intelligence and also the pricing they're receiving from their vendors to build the pricing for the options that we have. Because we know that, hey, we can go out and ask some folks, but they're actually doing it right now, currently in the market. So we felt that they would be the best ones to represent what that pricing should be. We use Standard & Poor's for things like electric vehicle growth and integration into our load curve. Again, they're making forecasts for businesses and clientele that are investing millions and billions of dollars into these industries. So they do this for a living, and so we went to them to try and get specific market information for EV growth and specifically to Florida. For fuel forecasting, we use NYMEX, which is basically the commodity standard for natural gas. And they forecast out for a 30-year period, and we use their forecast to do that. Now, I know, right, when someone says, I've got a forecast, there's always someone that says, oh, it's too high, or oh, it's too low, or oh, it's this, or oh, it's that, or it's not right there. Did you look at that? Obviously, it's a forecast. It's not going to be 100% accurate. But we felt that when you go to an industry expert that does this for a living, that we would trust their expertise to be able to factor in all the things we need to bring into this IRP to make it as accurate and as truthful as possible. So when you bring in those inputs in blue, you now have some constraints, which are the bottom left here. And the idea there is you're trying to use the model constraints to most accurately resemble reality. So for instance, a constraint may be transmission. How much power can you import from off the grid? If your real constraints, physical constraints, say, I'm making up a number, it's 100 megawatts, it makes 0 sense to constrain your model at 300 megawatts because you can't physically do it, right? So those constraints are used to help your model as closely as possible resemble reality. So when it does these forecasts into the future and it solves these cases for the lowest cost, it's as close as you can get it to what your system can and actually will do. And so that's the idea around the constraints. Some folks, there's conspiracy theorists that you use the constraints to point it towards an action or a specific outcome. We specifically try not to do that. We want to make sure that what we bring in is accurate and it's true so that when we get this plan on the other side of it, we can actually go execute it. If we can't execute it, we wasted a lot of time and a lot of money, and I'm not interested in that. All right, so this is the last slide, I believe, in this, this first part. But again, if you have any additional questions about the other information that's in the slide, we can definitely go through those. But I wanted to really talk about NPV, or net present value, because it's an important part of how we compare life cycle cost that we're going to show you a little later tonight of the different options that came out of the IRP. So it's an industry standard metric of evaluating or comparing cash flows over the life of an investment, okay? And it does two things. Number one, it captures the cost out in the future of different expenditures at different times. So for instance, if you tried to compare the 19 scenarios that we did, and it's a 26-year study period, trying to compare year to year for over 26 years for 19 different scenarios, it gets very daunting, right? What the NPV does is it captures all the costs and expenditures, no matter when they occur in that scenario, and really bring them all back to one number that's much easier to compare, okay? So that's the first thing it does. The second thing it does is it takes into account the time value of money. We can all agree, at least I can agree, $1 today has less spending power than it did 20 years ago. Absolutely buys less today. So take that same stance, the buying power today will be less or more than 20 years in the future. So if I go to buy use $1 in 2044, it buys less than it does today. And the NPV takes into account the time value of that money and that expenditure by discounting the value over time as it brings it back to one number. So the NPV is what we use to bring it back to one number, account for all the costs that are expended in each year, no matter what year they are across the scenarios, brings them back to one number, and it also takes into account the time value of money of that expenditure. So that when we get there and compare the values, which we'll start doing here later tonight, you'll be able to see and get a representative idea of the different cost impacts or the different life cycle analyses for each one of the scenarios. And with that, I am done with the executive summary. So,
Well,
any questions?
I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
So when did you begin the process?
So we began the process really last January, and that's putting together the goals of the IRP. What did we want to get out of it? What are the things that we had to consider? And then also started to put together, or at least assemble the team and start pulling together any assumptions, any outlines, any constraints that we needed to make sure we included. So we really started just over a year ago.
Okay. Did when the law that we're all operating under was passed, did you take that into consideration when you were developing the IRP?
In our minds, the change in law had no impact on the IRP. What we did was we tried to make sure that we had the best forecasts, unconstrained as possible, and then we ran sensitivities that ran along with that. The governing board, in reality, when we looking at those model results and putting them together, they would be involved in the final decision-making process, deciding, okay, what does the plan look like? How do we implement it? But the initial constraints, the initial study period, the initial available technology would not be impacted by the governing board.
Okay, well, I recently found out that y'all were having stakeholder meetings, and I didn't know, were you familiar with that? You were. Were y'all familiar with it?
I found, in all honesty, I found out the day the meeting was happening,
Yeah.
and I came
So-
in and sat in.
So when was your first stakeholder meeting?
Our first stakeholder meeting, I want to say, was in April, March or April of last year.
Okay, and how many of you had?
We had the fifth one, I believe, a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, and that's the one I heard about, so that's when I found out about it. Do you have a list of stakeholders?
Sure, I do.
And could we, I mean, is it extremely lengthy? I'd like to hear what some of them are.
Sure. And so that's also in the backup. But what I'll do you have a video or something that you could display this? Is the camera set up? Okay. So I don't think.
What's the total number of people on the list?
So the total number I believe that we started with was 25.
25.
We sent out, I think, 34 total invitations, and 25
Okay.
of them responded.
And how many of those were environmental groups?
That's a great question. So when we look at this, there are 4 environmental groups. Of the 25 that were there, and I think maybe it's better for me to start from the beginning of why we did this.
Okay.
When we looked at this, we were looking at our IRPs that came before us, and namely Tallahassee or OUC. Oh, excellent. Can you see that? Don't show my phone, because you'll. Let me move that out.
Get you in trouble fast.
All right. So while they're working to get that up, I'll just talk through it. When we started this process, we looked at other IRPs that were either in process or are ending. And so namely. Or ending.
Ending.
And so when we looked at namely Tallahassee and OUC, they had gone through a stakeholder process. JA, Jacksonville, was also in the middle of a stakeholder process because they were in the middle of their IRP as well. And so when we looked at those, when we talked to those people that were running those IRPs, they gave us invaluable feedback in saying, number one, hey, we wanted to involve the community because they've hit the same roadblock we did. During the last 2019 IRP, we came out and it was publishing of the final document, and everybody said, whoa, wait a minute, what was this? Where did it come from? How did you come to these conclusions? Did you really go to the sources, and what sources did you use? And there were so many questions, and it was almost like we don't even want to read it because we weren't involved in it. And the other entities that did IRPs said basically the same thing, that over the last, and I'll just speak from personal experience, over the last decade, the interest in energy and energy sourcing has increased dramatically. 20 years ago, as long as the light came on when you flipped the switch, I would say most people didn't care where the energy came from. Nowadays, because of the culture has changed, and so people are interested in their power and they want to know where it comes from and they want to be involved in the process of doing that. We also knew that IRPs are very technical processes. If you're not used to doing an IRP, if I sat you down for one meeting and explained the whole process and explained all the numbers, most folks would be lost because they don't deal with that world. They just simply don't. Not that they don't have the ability to understand it, but it takes them usually more time to digest it, break it down into smaller pieces so they can understand the outcomes and the inputs. So that was the idea when we came up with this process. Stakeholder advisory groups have become more of an industry standard. All of the IRPs that you mentioned, that Chair Carter mentioned, I believe they all had stakeholder processes.
I apologize. I have it up on my computer just so he can start reading it while we're trying to figure it out.
Okay.
It's on the website, so I just pulled it up for you, sir.
So all of those IRPs have stakeholder processes, and the idea is twofold. Number one, it is education, simply because the public is not aware of the nuances of an IRP. They're not. They know what happens, they know the outcome, but what we wanted to do was create a place, okay, let's educate folks and bring them along with us. So as we go through this process, we really break it down and give updates of that process and explain everything that's going on, answer any questions that they have. And then at the end, and all along, we're also asking for feedback. Because they're more informed and because they're more educated, they're better able to give better feedback into the process. So when we get to the end of it, it's not, hey, where did this come from? It's, okay, I understand how you got here, and I understand what the recommendation and the answer is. When we went to start looking at a stakeholder group, that was the group we were going to walk through this process in detail. And we wanted to make sure that we hit attributes. And I'm going to be very honest with you, right? And you know this from watching city commission meetings. Most of the folks that come to the city commission meetings are a very small demographic. Very small, very narrow demographic. And they typically, in this town, line up along the environmental path. Well, if we're asking our customers what they want for their energy needs, we need to hear from more than just those that are lined up in the environmental path. We need to hear from people that own businesses. We need to hear from people that are low income. We need to hear from people that are concerned about housing. We need to hear from people that represent a cross-section of our actual demographic of this city. And so that's what we attempted to do. When you look at the breakdown of the breakdown of the advisory group, of the 34, we tried to get general attributes of these. So we had environmental groups that were represented, roughly 4 of those. We had 5 that were in the economic development, so naming Chamber of Commerce, Builders Association, Trimark, Butler Plaza, Alachua County Tourism. These were all on the invited list.
Yes, thanks.
We also had large power customers and education customers. So UF Health, Santa Fe, the School Board of Alachua County, we invited them all to participate because they were large customers, and HCA, as a matter of fact, and Cyvance, that is a large industrial customer. So we invited them to participate in the process. We also looked at the governing board at that time, which was the UAB and the City Commission. So we invited them along into that process as well. And then we looked at things like local groups that had an interest. So we looked at Alachua County Housing Authority, the CWC, which is Community Weatherization Coalition, East Gainesville Alliance, United Way, the Divine Nine, Rebuild America, Central Florida Community Action Agency, the Rotary Club, League of Women Voters. And so what we tried to do was get a cross-section that represented the true cross-section of our community. And so when we looked at the stakeholder group, that's the list that we came up with. Those are the invitations that we sent out, and those are the people that we walked through that stakeholder advisory process.
I'm all about educating the community about what we're doing. What I'm trying to figure out here and trying to understand is that when we, not me, before our time, but when the meetings were conducted, the bill that we're operating under, the law that we're operating under, was passed on 1 July. And it's pretty clear in what we need to consider that we spend our money on. And yet, if I look back at the July the 26th meeting, there are IRP sensitivities listed on page 22 are carbon tax, cost for emissions of carbon dioxide, 2018 City Commission resolution of net zero CO2 by 2045, and significant CO2 reduction, 75% reduction of 2005 actual CO2s. So I'm trying to figure out how that complies with the law that we're operating under.
Absolutely, that's a great question. So when we looked at those things, those are the sensitivities some of the sensitivities that we ran. And we can talk through sensitivities and scenarios, right, and what the differences are. But so those were some of the sensitivities that we ran. We also ran different scenarios that represented different economic conditions. And so when you look at those things, those are all possibilities that could happen, right?
Well, okay.
So when you...
Pardon me for interrupting. No, I understand that. And I understand that you've run 19 scenarios. I think that based on what you're saying, you run scenarios with this. I think we need to see the scenarios that don't include those things. We need to see the scenarios that deal with the things that we need to be concerned with under the bill.
They're all in part two.
Okay, but that's the ones we need to see. We don't need to see the other ones. And we want to make sure that we comply with the law.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just jump in? I appreciate the comments. So, I think when the law came in place in July, we wanted to make sure anything we were doing was consistent with that. And so going through this process, we determined it was consistent because the baseline scenario is cost effectiveness. And so those sensitivities, when you run those scenarios or sensitivities, what it gives you is, here's how much more it would cost if you went with this option compared to that least cost option, which is the baseline. And so it doesn't influence it. It just says it's going to cost more to do this. We can drop those. I mean, we're moving toward the most cost-effective way to provide power. So now that those have been run, we don't need to have them anymore because we're really working on a plan that's the most cost-effective way to provide power in the future.
I think you understand what I'm doing. I just want to make sure that our foundation that we're working on here, developing the IRP, complies with the law.
It absolutely does, because the baseline scenario is based simply on cost. And as I've said a few times before, the net zero resolution is not baked into the baseline. It is not a constraint. It is not based on that. And I'll say it again, it is not based on that at all. It is strictly driven by the forecast, the constraints and retirements of our units, and the model goes off and gives the lowest cost. That's it.
Well, I just wonder why we have to have stakeholder meetings if we're doing that, but that's okay. I mean, they're pretty much done at this stage of the game.
Any other questions?
Any other questions from the board? No, go ahead, you're next.
Okay, I'll turn it over to TA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Board Authority. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Eric. It is a pleasure. Go ahead.
Clarification real quick. How do you prefer, if we have questions, would you like us to, through the chair, ask the questions or wait till the end? What's
Just
better
go
for
ahead
you?
and ask me questions throughout the process.
So if you have a
That way.
question, just please,
Just ask.
and we'll get it
Go
going,
for it.
okay? Thank you,
So
sir.
thank you very much. Definitely appreciate the opportunity to be here. Our CEO, Joni Teofilo, and our Vice President, Jamie Maney, my boss, send their regrets that they were not able to be here. They had some traveling constraints that they were not able to manage. But they do invite you to the Energy Authority to tour our facility, to be able to understand our business, what we do. So that invitation is welcome to you and the authority. My name is Mark Anderson. I have about 25 years of experience. I'm the account director for the Energy Authority. What that truly means is that I'm the liaison between the Energy Authority and GRU. I manage about 12 clients in our southeast. And so my job is to make sure that all of our services that we provide GRU is done with exceptional quality and timeliness, such as the IRP. I do have two others with me from the Energy Authority. Matthew Johnson, he has over 25 years of experience. He is the director of East Trading. So if you have questions regarding how we buy and sell electricity on the open market with other utilities, he's our resident expert. Jim Myers is also with us. He is our IRP expert. He is over 40 years of experience. He worked 35 years for JEA in the fuels department, and then he's worked for almost 6 years with the Energy Authority, running IRPs and doing a multitude of different things for the Energy Authority. So specific questions will be, probably Jim will be the resident expert. So the opportunity for me is really to talk about who we are, what we do, and what we ultimately see in the marketplace. That's kind of the point of the presentation. Slides? All right, here we go. So really in the 1980s, deregulation happened. We had airlines, telecommunications, and then ultimately in the 90s, FERC order, as Eric had mentioned, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission instituted 888. Order 888 and 889, deregulated the transmission. By deregulating transmission away from vertical integrated utilities, it gave open access to anyone who wanted to use their transmission lines. So GRU could use FPL transmission. Ultimately, that led to multiple big players such as Enron, Williams, and Dynegy. From that, the Energy Authority was born in 1997. 3 founding members, MEAG, Santee Cooper, and JEA, came together to provide the expertise, to provide a buffer and efficiencies from the large players, but also to participate in the marketplace as Enron, Williams, Dynegy, and others. Today, we have 7 owners of the Energy Authority. GRU became an owner of the Energy Authority in May of 2000. What we see is that the Energy Authority is a nonprofit organization, so anything that we make is distributed back to our owners. And our experience really is to be experts in the energy market. GRU and the authority really maintains the public powers, local ownership. You can see the passion of governance and of the people who ultimately would like to see GRU managed a certain way. TEA ultimately brings the complexity of the financials, the competitiveness, as well as the specialized skill set, whether it's derivatives and options and swaps, really brings that expertise and is the bridge to public power. We only serve public power and community-based organizations such as cooperatives. We don't serve IOUs, so we're a very specialized company, non-profit, that we ultimately give the money back to our owners. Our job is to maximize your assets in the wholesale energy markets. So our job is to take your generation, take your natural gas pipeline that you own, the transportation you own, and ultimately maximize your revenues to try to create low-cost, economic, and reliable power, and stable pricing of power. That's our job. That's your goal. That's our goal. Tony sits on our board at the Energy Authority. He is one of our leaders in strategic vision, as well as understanding the transparency of what we're doing at the Energy Authority. And his vision, along with yours, brings that and brings this mission to the Energy Authority. We currently have actually over 260 employees working 24/7, 365 or 366 for 2024. We have offices and headquarters in Jacksonville. We have offices also in Bellevue, Washington. We're the #1 trader in transactions for community-owned, whether that's cooperatives or public power. We're the #1 in transactions. And what does that really truly mean? Is that we have an in-depth experience and wide breadth of knowledge of all the transactions that are happening across the country. We understand it, we participate in multiple markets, and so our experience really traverses multiple markets and multiple different strategies in which we provide the GRU. We have over 25,000 megawatts of peak generation that we kind of control. We have access to that we can ultimately sell or buy down in the marketplace. So here's a location of our 7 owners that we currently have today. But ultimately, we have over 75 clients that we serve in a multitude of different areas. We have clients out west. We have clients in a very liberal organization in California that ultimately has very strict solar and storage demands. We have an understanding of water and hydro up in the upper Northwest. We have understandings of RTOs in the Midwest between SPP, regional transmission organizations, as well as MISO, as well as clients in PJM. But our mainstay really has been the Southeast market. The Southeast market is where we were born. We have, it's a bilateral market. We have extensive knowledge because we have GRU, we have JEA, we have FMPA, Seminole Electric Cooperative, MEAG and Santee Cooper, Cube, and Huntsville Utilities as clients. We understand the marketplace. We understand what is ultimately happening things are flowing west to east, typically. Weather patterns flow west to east. A lot of different laws and regulations and things that are happening from the solar and storage side are slowly moving west to east. They have aggressive goals out west. Those are slowly moving towards the east. So this is just some of our strategic solutions that we offer, GRU and others of our 75 clients. GRU takes some of these, not all of these. So the IRP is actually underneath the advisory services. We obviously bilateral energy trading, we partake in that. Eric mentioned about the 15-minute market. That's the Southeastern Energy Exchange Market, SEAM services. So we're able to participate and provide you with reliable power, economic power on a 15-minute basis. Natural gas management, we buy natural gas for your power plants. We handle that also for your LDC load. We're capable of doing that. We're on the open market on a daily basis, buying and scheduling all natural gas. Portfolio management, what does portfolio management mean? It really talks about rate stability, understanding risk. And so what we're looking at your portfolio and saying, how can we make sure that we have a risk managed solution? Do we need to be looking at forward swaps? Do we need to be looking at call options, puts, all those types of things to try to stabilize GRU rates for the future? There are other things. We have renewable forecasting and renewable aspects to RFP management. That's a big thing out west in some of our other clients. We also have some data dynamics, which is also looking at AMI, your automated meter infrastructure on the distribution side. Store optimization is really for our battery optimization, so we understand what's happening in the marketplace, what's happening and when to charge a battery and when to dispense a battery. It's a very new technology and something that we offer a lot of our California clients. So that's kind of who we are. So I'm going to talk about a little bit about the market, what we see and how it actually works. As Eric mentioned, there's over 60 plus balancing authorities. So looking at the left side of your screen, the country and North America is really kind of broken down into 4 different regions. We play a part in 3 of those regions, naturally, and then of course FRCC and CERC are really the big players in the Southeast. And you can see that on the right-hand side of the screen, the balancing authority, which are those little ovals, are interconnected by those black lines. Those black lines indicate which balancing authorities are connected, and you can ultimately move power from one place to another via those black lines. TEA has the ability to bring power all the way from MISO to GRU if it so chooses. It's not necessarily economic due to transmission, but we can do that. That's our specialty. That's what we do. Ultimately, we have to pay for the transmission. If you were to move power to, say, JEA, you'd have to buy transmission, as we talked about, via FPL or Duke, Seminole, and then to JEA. So there's multiple different ways. We're experts in that. We manage that 24/7 for GRU. Why ultimately would you look to the market? There's multiple reasons that you want to look to the marketplace. The first few bullets are really for economics. Your generation is either in the money to the marketplace, which means it costs less to generate and the market is higher. You want to push megawatts out into the grid and you want to sell it and ultimately make money. The reverse can be said. Maybe the market is very low. Maybe it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Power prices are very dirt cheap. You want to back down some units. You're going to save ultimately money for GRU that way. There's a multitude of other reasons. I want to focus on like the last 2, risk management. The reason you want to ultimately buy power for risk management purposes is for rate stability. You want your rates to be stable. So we're consistently looking at the best economic risk managed solution. I'm going to probably say that 5 or 6 more times going through the course of this presentation. But risk managed solution is understanding rate stability. We're always looking at obviously economic, but risk manages, how do we keep our rates stable? Whether that's buying and selling on the open market on power, or looking at natural gas futures and understanding whether we should be doing swaps, forwards, futures, ultimately other things. Risk management, you want to be in the marketplace so you keep your rates stable. The last one, emergency, is reliability. You're always looking for reliable power. So when you flip that switch, you're ultimately going to have power when you need it. Emergency needs, you can use and utilize TEA. At a last resort, you can actually just call operator to operator. You don't actually need to use the market. There is mechanisms to handle. So if GRU were to lose a unit or someone were else were to lose a unit, you can ultimately provide generation to others. The length of time, kind of Eric touched on this. You have multiple different time lengths for transactions in the utility space. Long-term, such as your Rigis PPA for solar, it's a longer-term purchase power agreement. That's something that you want. It handles your capacity needs, it handles your reserve margins, and provides you an understanding of what your costs are going to be for a long time. Then we can step down in less length term transactions from 3 months to a year. As I talked about, that's more of a rate stabilization. You maybe have an outage in 3 months, maybe 6 months. You want to make sure your rates are stable. You're going to utilize that marketplace. The cash, hourly, and Southeastern Energy Exchange market are really mainly for economic reasons, to try to buy and sell to maximize your profits within other utilities within either the state of Florida or just north of here. The footprint to the new seam footprint actually was put into place in 2023. A bunch of utilities in the bilateral market structured a 15-minute market. It is something that GRU is very active in. TEA is very active on your behalf, buying and selling. It enables you to handle intermittency, allows the other utilities to handle intermittency either from solar or losses in generation. It has been a benefit. It offers free transmission. So that's something that we have definitely been one of the leaders in and helped develop that market. So now on to the Integrated Resource Plan, the IRP. First and foremost, I want to mention that TEA is technology agnostic. We don't have a set plan as an extension of staff with GRU saying this is the type of technology we are going to focus on. We are agnostic towards what ultimately makes sense. When we run an IRP, the objective is the best economic risk managed solution. Least cost, as well as providing stable rates or other parameters, whether it's debt limits or others, ultimately best cost, reliable power. That's our focus. And so what we're trying to do, and that's basically the first bullet, right? Minimize future costs, meet reliability. And there are other, we have to meet regulatory and social expectations. And that's kind of the point of the stakeholder meetings, right? Understanding what your customers are expecting of GRU. So what TEA does as an extension of staff with Eric and others here at GRU is to understand the process for the next 20 to 25, maybe even 30 years. To understand the buy versus build. Should we be out in the market buying this long term, as Eric talked about, with the capacity payments, et cetera, or should we just go out and build it? And so that's the primary objective. TEA's experience since 2017, TEA actually participated in GRU's 2019 IRP. We participated in that. We ran the models. We helped out with that, and we presented that. Others that we have done, we've done over 20 IRPs since 2017. We help multitude. In fact, we have done, completed 4 of them just in the Southeast recently, MEAG, FMPA. We're instituting and helping Santee Cooper, one of our other owners, in 2024. So we have a breadth of experience. We have a lot of things, a lot of people out west managing IRPs as well, and they're able to provide our teams here on the East Coast with understanding and experience of some of the things that they have faced much earlier on in solar adoption or wind adoption in the Midwest. So we have an understanding of ultimately how to handle some of these quagmires that we are seeing, such as the duck curve. Those types of things in California, how do we ultimately manage that here in the Southeast? So we have extensive experience and a depth of experience as well. Eric has talked to you about the 6-step IRP process. Won't really talk about that. On the left-hand side, I really want to make sure that we're utilizing multitude of assumptions. We utilize, the NYMEX curves, demand for electricity, ultimately what are happening with EVs, what's happening with DER, market and regulatory requirements, what are capacity, numbers. We're consistently doing this for multiple members as well as partners. What does the market look like in 2030 for a capacity, if you want to go out and buy a combined cycle lookalike product, how do you do that and what does it cost? We've done that for other members. So the numbers that TEA ultimately has and provides as an assumption into this IRP are effective and ultimately could be transacted by a different party. So we're utilizing these things to help GRU make the best economic risk-managed solution. Everything is done in an IRP is based upon a supply-demand curve. That's the whole point, is the supply-demand curve. Everything based on economics depends really on this. We call it a load duration curve. The blue is actually GRU's what we call 8760. So you were to sort GRU's load from the highest to the lowest for the next 8,760 hours, that's 1 year. That's what you would look like. The other lines identify different stratifications. Eric touched on this a little bit. You've got your base load generation stratification, right? Ultimately, what does that mean? It means you're willing to pay a higher fixed cost for generation that runs consistently and has a low variable cost. As you move up that curve, ultimately you have intermediate generation. So you're not willing to pay as much on the fixed side, and your costs on the variable side are just right. It's the porridge, right? And just in the middle, it's just right. But there are a few times a year, ultimately, that your load is ultimately going to peak at a very, very high level. But you don't want to pay a lot of money. You don't want to carry a high fixed cost for those time periods. You just need a very, very low fixed cost. You want a very low fixed cost, but you're willing to pay a lot of money for those 5, 7, maybe 10 hours a year. And ultimately, that's your peaking. That's like your diesel generators that you might use 5 hours of the year. So that's how you ultimately build a portfolio. And then as you're layering these things in, the supply-demand curve really dictates the least cost solution. So as Eric talked about Sargent and Lundy, this is just an example that Lazard puts together. And Jim Myers utilizes a lot of the IRPs that we've done across the country to have a really good indication of the different costs on a capital basis or via a PPA that it would cost to build some of these units, whether it's solar or combined cycle. As I said, we're technology agnostic. We want to make sure that we're utilizing right prices, and so we have basically a range of pricing. Eric has shown that, and he probably will show that in actually the next phase here of exactly what we used for GRU's IRP. But this is just an example of how things may range and ultimately what has happened over the last 5 to 7 years as capital costs have certainly increased. Certainly solar PPAs have increased in the last 2 to 3 years since COVID. So there's different sources. Obviously, you have renewable energy, but you have the conventional generation and fossil, which are dispatchable, but we have an expectation of what those costs are. So these levelized costs, this is an example from Lazard. We've used Sargent at Lundy, but other IRPs that we've used and done work for have their own types of costs, right? And so we're able to amalgamate those costs to provide the very best assumptions for GRU. What I want to do now is kind of show you a quick view of what's been happening across the country. And as I talked about kind of weather patterns going west to east, this is really ultimately what's happening. So grid connectivity really is an indicator of what generation will be built. You need an interconnection queue. You need to request transmission service from transmission providers to build that generation, whether it's combined cycle, whether it's on your own system or somebody else's system. This gives a good indication of the type of generation that is going to be put into place. And as you can see, the renewable capacity is going through the roof. 90% of all generation that's being asked out west is renewable. Only 77.6% is renewable in the southeast. So as you can see, what are the types of functionality, what ultimately happens when this type of renewable capacity is being put onto the grid? TEA has a great understanding of ultimately what is coming from west to east, what is happening certainly in the southeast, and ultimately how to help manage that plan. But it's a trend that we see. It's not, you can't deny that renewable capacity, whether it's social and economic, mainly economic, what is ultimately happening as a share of the interconnection queue. And so this, again, shows that exact statement, right? In CERC and FRCC, solar is big, but there are other gas generation and dispatchable generation that's ultimately being put online. We've seen Vogel up in the CERC area. Seminole Electric Cooperative just put on a very large combined cycle and are looking at building another combined cycle. And so Seminole is one of, it's at FRCC, so you can see that the gas there. You can also see Nuke and CERC. But you can see that how much solar is ultimately being placed on systems and the penetration that ultimately it is happening across the United States. And you can see that on the right? Operating versus what's under construction. What is under construction is that top part of solar dwarfs anything else that is, just dwarfs anything else that is being contemplated across the country.
I have a question.
Sure, ask away.
Why is biomass on here?
Biomass is consistently looked at, but the way the pricing that you would have seen in Lazard, from the Lazard studies, solar is more economic than biomass at this time. So just a quick overview, IRPs take many shapes and forms. Here's just a timeline of ultimately different areas of the country in the south, actually different areas of the southeast, and how they ultimately provide a look forward on what they plan on adding in generation and how they're going to meet their load. Florida does it every year via the 10-year site plans. GRU places that in the end of April every year. North Carolina, Georgia, TVA, ultimately all of them have different time lengths in between them. On the right-hand side, you can see that a lot of utilities have seen changes recently that ultimately put forth the need to do a new IRP. JEA being the one, as we talked about, as you talked about, Mr. Chair, in 2023. Multitude of different utilities found the need because of the assumptions that have changed greatly on the capacity side. Certainly, the market has changed. Natural gas in 2022 was a lot more expensive. So it really pushed the need to do something and understand how utilities are going to meet their load going into the future. So just a quick overview of the Florida 10-year site plans. You can see that there's a very large jump in solar. FPL is handling and providing, they're doing a lot of solar. As you can see, net load, basically, all the way on the right, they're going to be doing a 5 to 35% jump, right? So 35% of their load in the next 10 years is going to be coming from renewables, whether that's solar or battery. You can see all the other utilities are making a very large jump into renewables, whether that's solar and battery. The red, ultimately, you can see is a share on the left side. You can see the red bar is going to be the growth in solar megawatt hours as a source of generation for all of the state of Florida. So gas still dominates. There is nuke, but gas still dominates. Certainly to 65% of our generation in the last couple of years is certainly gas-based. FPL, they're retiring all of their coal-fired generation in the next 10 years. Their expectation is to add 20,000 megawatts of solar, 2,000 megawatts of battery storage. Duke Energy Florida, 4,000 megawatts of solar and battery in the next 10 years. JEA has taken an approach where they're going to be retiring some older generation, very similar to your retiring Deer Haven 1 unit. They're going to be replacing one of their older gas-fired units as well, and they're going to be adding a combined cycle. So this is more of a all type of resources, not just renewable generation. But they do plan on adding 1,275 megawatts of solar. They added 150 megawatts of solar actually through the Energy Authority just recently. But as you can see in the figure 11, this is right out of the 10-year site plans. Solar, 35,000 megawatts in the next 10 years. It dwarfs anything else that is being contemplated. Just to give some additional market knowledge on TVA and Duke. Duke is really doing it's not a one size fits all. They're really utilizing as many different sources of generation as possible, even pump storage, which is an interesting facet of their IRP, which allows for a little bit more stabilization for the intermittency of solar. They can utilize that pump storage to handle that. It's very similar to a battery, right? But just a little different conventional usage. TVA is also adding generation, right? They're adding combined cycle as they retire a bunch of coal. So they're not just focusing on solar. They are going to add 10,000 megawatts of solar by 2035. And they have just kicked off a new IRP this year in which they are going to be able to understand and utilize the new assumptions that they have. But this is a couple years old. So they wanted to go out and understand what they ultimately have. But this is certainly a lot of solar and combined cycle. Last but not least, maybe this wasn't the executive summary you were hoping for as quick as I could, but gas-fired generation is still going to be dominant in the next 10 years in the Southeast, but you can ever see that solar generation is becoming an ever big presence. Nuclear remains the same, Vogtle 3 and 4 from Southern MEAG and some of the other utilities in Georgia ultimately added that additional resource. So you see that bump up, but it is remaining constant. Coal-fired generation will become a thing of the past by 2030. That's all I have. Any questions?
I have a couple after anybody else has any. So real quick,
Sure.
if I'm not mistaken, we have 3 points of entry where we can buy off the grid, correct?
You have 2 points of entry via Duke and via FPL.
We don't have a line from JEA to here?
You do not.
Okay.
Not directly interconnected. You would have to go through FPL.
So of those 2 points of entry, how many megs can we bring in?
I do not know the exact number, but it's about 200 megawatts on the FPL side and approximately 100 megawatts on the Duke side.
So that puts us about 125 megs short of our absolute peaking power.
Yeah.
Okay. If there were no tax incentives or benefits for solar, how do you think solar would do throughout the nation? You run a scenario on that.
Let me ask a question.
Please come up. Just so.
Hello, I'm Jim Myers. We did take into account the Inflation Reduction Act, which has benefits going forward for up to 10 years with production tax credits. But the initial starting price of solar is competitive, and the tax benefits that came into play with the present administration just makes it more competitive. So the IRA impact was modeled in the analysis when we priced out what a solar PPA would cost. But I can say that the initial starting price, one of the benefits of a solar PPA is you're dealing with a fixed price, and when you're competing against some of the natural gas-fired resources, the price of natural gas is factored in, and it's increasing over time, and construction costs increasing as well. So we did not run a scenario or sensitivity where the IRA was removed. We assume that it's in place right now, and a bipartisan decision on that. Of course, anything can happen politically, but we see solar as being very competitive, and as you can see by the results of some of the other IRPs, it's becoming more and more prevalent. Of course, there's also issues with bringing in significant amounts of solar that's intermittent. And so there's, obviously a need for some dispatchable resources as well.
So I apologize, I forget to turn my mic on. So that's my follow-up on that. We say we have 200 megawatts of solar. I need to have 200 megawatts of generation to replace that should the clouds come in and everything, correct?
Right, you could, or, batteries can be a part of the solution as well, to be able to store some of the energy and then discharge it when needed. But yes.
So the construction of the 200 megawatt power plant and the O and M and the labor and all that, is that calculated into the solar cost? Because I'm going to have it, so it's going to be a cost to my utility.
Right, we took into account all the costs for all the resources that, and there's a factor in place with our study that there's a certain amount of quick start capability that has to be added along with solar. I mean, that's one of the things that I don't think anybody wants to jump in all solar and go crazy with it because,
Yeah, it just confused me when you said the startup costs were cheap, but if I started up 200 megawatts of solar, I also have to start up 200 megawatts of some other sort of generation as backup. So that actually seems like it compounds the cost, not alleviates it. So it's just my simple way of thinking, I guess.
With every solar megawatt that's added, or we had to also add 50% with quick start capability, so like a 2-to-1 ratio.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a 1-to-1 ratio.
Okay.
So it's not 200 to 200.
It's 200 to 100? Yeah, okay. Just, it seems like that's still a lot of cost. Okay, thank you for answering those.
Any other questions on the Energy Authority or for me?
Thank
you very much. Appreciate it.
Speak up, ask me publicly.
Chair Carter, a chance of getting a 5-minute break so everyone can kind of freshen up as we.
I think that's a great idea, because I was just about to do what he's doing, run for that. No. I call the third floor, no.
A lot of people.
We're going to be in temporary recess for 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Carter. Thank you. Yes.
I'm with you, man.
Thank you, Chair Carter.
No, thank you. Great idea, sir. If we could quiet down out there, please, and let's get focused back on our presentation, I'd appreciate it. Sir, when you are ready, the floor is yours.
Absolutely, thank you. So Chair, members, I'm back to hit part 2 of the IRP and go through the executive summary. And
Guys, your voices are resonating up here pretty loud if we could. Thank you.
And so what I would really like to do, and I know it's a lot of information, I know it's a lot of background, but I feel like we get maybe more value if we go through these early slides fairly quickly and then focus more on the last, because there's a lot of information there. It's a lot to cover, but I also think it completes the picture as we get through this. So if you don't mind, we'll kind of speed through the first slide and try and get to that one as far as the executive summary. And again, with anything, if you have any questions, please stop me and ask. So outline, we'll keep going. We've talked about the baseline scenario, right? And so that is really the base case of your best estimate of what this future looks like. And so that's your starting point, really. You work it out, you make sure it matches the system constraints that you have, and you base everything else off of that, or compare everything else off of that. We tried to run a few different scenarios that fell into different buckets. So we ran 7 scenarios and sensitivities, just evaluating the effects and variations of economic conditions, of pricing, of load growth, fuel prices. What if the fuel price that we put in that baseline scenario is low? What if it's high? What if we have, not infinite, but we have inflation in perpetuity from now through 2050? How does that change the answer? And so we tried to run some scenarios that frame that sensitivity. We ran 2 sensitivities specifically speaking to Deerhaven 2. It is our largest generating asset. It carries a lot of capacity in our system. And generally right now, it's either feast or famine. When it's available, we have enough energy. When it's not, and at a peak time, then we've got to do some more things, right? We've got to buy more power. We're bringing on everything else we have to support that. So we ran some sensitivities about extending the life of Deerhaven 2 and see if that was a cost impact or a cost savings for our system. And then we ran 9 additional sensitivities and stress tests, really. And so, again, going back to the model, Plexos is a financial model at its core, and it's looking for the lowest life cycle cost. And so it doesn't record the first most, the answer, and then the second most expensive, and the third most expensive, and oh, if you did this, then I would choose this different answer. If this was 10% higher or lower, I would choose this. You have to run these different sensitivities to kind of get that answer of where things change and where your answer changes. And so that's why you see the 19 different scenarios. You put in the constraints or you try to replicate a future, it gives you an answer, and then you say, well, how dependent is that on natural gas? If it's higher, what happens? Does it do something different? So you run a different sensitivity to look at that. And that's how you get to this number of 19. It may seem excessive, but what you're trying to do is kind of draw a boundary around what the possibilities are in the future and how you best fit into that future. All right. Someone once told me you got to put pretty pictures in a presentation. So here's the first pretty picture with a lot of colors, okay? To orient you, there's a lot going on in this graph or this picture. First off, the black line is the requirement for load. So that's where your expected peak is, and you have to meet that. The bars below that represent your generating units, and the size of the bar corresponds to the generating capacity of that unit. Okay, so all of our existing units are listed below there. As you move to the right, it also moves those bars off the mark, off the picture as they retire. So for instance, that dark black bar at the bottom, or that black bar at the bottom left is Deerhaven 1. It retires at the end of 2027. And so as it moves forward, that is no longer represented on the graph, okay? The yellow on top is Sand Bluff. That's the solar facility that's scheduled to come online by the end of this year, and that's represented there. It's a 20-year capacity, so it actually starts and ends in the middle of this study period. And so as you move from right to left, you see there's a gap. between what you have and when it retires and what you need. Graphically, if you wanted to answer the question, what is an IRP? That's it. How do you fill that gap? That's what the IRP tells you in the most economical way. Evaluate all the options I have and fill that gap at the lowest cost. So when you look at this model, we've talked about factoring in reliability into this. So you'll see we talked about the N-1, removing the largest generator capacity and still being able to meet that peak. So there's a chart at the top right that shows you the largest units in the corresponding years. So you won't see the largest units on those corresponding years. So for instance, Deer Haven 2, scheduled to retire in 2031, from now until that time, it's the largest unit. So it's not shown here. We've got to meet it with something else. Starting in 2032, CC1 becomes that largest unit. Kelly, right across the street, becomes the largest unit. So you see it's that light blue, it disappears at 2032. And that's because the model says, I can't use it. It's still there, we can still run it, it can still meet generation. But for modeling purposes, it's removed and it says, we have to meet this load without it. So when you go to do an IRP, if you take nothing else away, how do you fill the gap in the most economical way? That's what we're trying to figure out. Now, I hate suspense, so I'm just going to tell you the answer, at least from the baseline case. Same curve, same lines, retiring through future, and it's going through 2050. The color schemes will remain consistent as we go through this, but yellow represents additions of solar, orange represents additions of natural gas, and the hatched or gray represents additions of battery storage. And as you go through the future, you'll see as our generation times out or retires, it is adding generation to make sure that we stay above that required line. And again, this is the baseline scenario. So this is the one that is the least constrained, that is given all the options and nothing's excluded, and it says, meet our generation need.
I'm sorry,
Sure.
quickly. So the orange, to me, orange, I'm colorblind, I think, but the orange is gas, right?
Correct.
And so are you saying that that is a straight gas, or that's combined cycle, or
That
it
is
could be either?
That is simple cycle, flexible
Simple
natural
cycle.
gas. Yes, sir. And let me just say a few things. The amount of yellow that you see honestly surprised me when we first saw this on the baseline scenario, right? Coming from the 2019 IRP, it's a complete shift. The 2019 said build 80 megawatts of solar and do natural gas combined cycle when Unit 2 retires. That's effectively the answer that it said in the baseline case. I was surprised to see as much yellow as you did to see that. I was surprised also to see that natural gas is simple cycle. We thought it would be combined cycle, or it would be rice. So one of the things, stress test, we did is said, all right, no, let's force it to put combined cycle. And the cost went up, right? And so remember, this model is taking into account capital cost, fuel cost, fixed and variable O&M cost, and of all the unit and the life cycle of that unit. So effectively, building that combined cycle unit, even though it's a greater efficiency, overall increased your cost. So it elected to put in smaller increments of simple cycle natural gas, and that actually minimized the cost. So there was a few surprises that we stress tested,
So
and lo and behold, they worked.
So the O&M cost for the Herzig is what changed the scenario?
And the initial capital cost.
Yes, yes.
Yes. All right, so that previous chart was a 20-year, or going out to 2050. This chart really kind of focuses in on the next 10 years or so, or at least through the end of 2032. And on the left, you'll see the outline of the recommended additions that the IRP suggested for this baseline case. So in 2025, you've got Sand Bluff that's coming on, and you'll notice it says 27 megawatts, okay? Because solar is intermittent, the model does not give you full credit for the full 75 megawatts. It says only 27 of those megawatts are available to meet your peak, okay? So it takes into account that it's not there all the time, and it reduces that the contribution to the peak. In the summer, it's this number, 27 megawatts, and the winter peak, it's actually 0 from solar. So it factors in that reliability as we go. So in 2027, that new flexible natural gas, about 30 megawatts of that, again, simple cycle. In 2028, you've got a couple of things that are happening. It's suggesting adding 50 megawatts of battery storage, and you also have Deer Haven 1 that's retiring at that point. So at the end of 2027, it goes away. In 2029, you're adding 75.
Sorry, I have a question. On the battery storage, is that today's technology or anticipated technology?
So again, we've got to go out and write a contract and write a technical specification and deliver it and hold somebody to a standard for performance. So it's based on today's technology that's available.
Can I ask another question?
Absolutely.
So that, in line with the battery question, I mean, isn't the purpose of the battery backup essentially to provide power while you bring online your backup units?
Not necessarily. So
Okay.
Chair members, the beauty of battery, even though it's emerging and becoming more prevalent in the industry, is also extremely flexible, right? It's one of those instant ons, flip a button, and I got 50 megawatts right now. I can't do that with anything else, right? And so when you look at battery, it's doing a couple of things. It's shoring up your solar as it comes in and comes out. You're able to turn it on and ramp it up and down as much as you can or need to. It's also acting as a storage place for excess energy, right? So if I'm overproducing on solar during the day or during its peak, I can store it there and use it at a more expensive time during the day. So it's got some load shifting capability to it as well. And also at night, if I want to charge it, I can charge it with any generation that's available. And I can use it in many different ways. And so the battery technology, even though it's becoming more prevalent, it's not necessarily new, but it's becoming more prevalent it's newer at the sizes that we're talking about as they ramp it up.
And I understand the flexibility. It comes online instantly, but for how long?
What we've modeled is 4 hours.
Okay.
4-hour battery, so it can deliver that capacity for 4 hours.
So if it's 50 megawatts, it'll come on 50 for 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Okay, have I gone through the rest? Okay, 2029, that's where I am. An additional 75 megawatts nameplate of solar, but again, the model only credits it with 27 megawatts to peak. And 2032, as it stands, a lot of things are changing in 2030, at the end of 2031 going into 2032. You've got new flexible natural gas, and again, that's simple cycle. Natural gas, about 70 to 75 megawatts of that, 50 additional megawatts of battery storage. Deer Haven 2 retires at that point. And then GTs 1 and 2, those small, fast start combustion turbines, also are set to retire in that age. Now, let me talk a little bit about Deer Haven GTs 1 and 2. The original retirement date is actually 2026. We gave it the option, spend a little bit of capital, expend the life of those units, and keep that capacity online. And it chose that option in every single scenario. So in the baseline, it said, spend the capital, extend that life, keep the capacity online, but then it retires at the end of that 5-year extension because they would also be 55 years old at that point. Okay. So we've talked about the baseline scenario. Now I want to get into those additional stress tests and sensitivities that we did, and they were focused really around 3 questions. We looked at, number 1, does utility scale solar reduce overall cost? And Chair Carter, that goes back to a question you were asking earlier about, hey, I got to back it up, I've got to do all these things. What does that look like? And is that cost there? So first off, that cost is included in all of these scenarios. Any generation that backs up solar is also included in the total cost. It's captured. But we wanted to take a look at, because it was choosing so much solar, well, what would be the price implication of us excluding solar as a resource? What if we said, you can't build solar, you got to do it with something else? What's the cost implication of that? And then we also said, well, what's the sensitivity on solar pricing? Because if that solar PPA prices goes up by 10% and it chooses a different answer, well, that puts us at risk, right? As those prices may increase. So we tried to figure out how high does solar have to go before the model no longer selects it. And so that represents those three sensitivities. The second question surrounded, would it be cheaper to rely on market power purchases and not build any GRU units? So the first is market reliance, which is no new generating units. So as those units retire that we saw in that first graph, we don't build anything else. We don't do any more solar PPAs. We simply buy off the grid with capacity power purchases. What does that look like? Another sensitivity that we ran is because it was not choosing any of the capacity in all the other scenarios, we said, well, how low does the price have to go for it to start choosing these power purchase PPAs, the buying off the grid, right? So we ran that scenario as well. The last is what would be the impacts of imposing environmental constraints. We've talked a lot about the resolution, so obviously we ran a scenario to get the cost impact. If we had to do that, here's the cost of it, so we know. Carbon tax was based on partly a stakeholder request, but also what would it look like if we had, at some point in the future, a carbon tax imposed on us by the federal government. For every ton of carbon that we emitted, we had to write them a check. Does that portfolio put us at risk? And what does that portfolio look like? We also did a reduced discount rate based on a stakeholder request. We knew how that would turn out, but those are all based on what if we had imposing environmental constraints that were put into our system. All right. I'm going to spend some time on this slide. Okay, I believe this is kind of the crux of what we're seeing in these preliminary results, and it is a summary of all the 19 scenarios that we ran. Okay. First, before I go through what each one is, I know everybody's already looking at numbers, so let me explain what these columns are, all right? First column is net present value. We've talked about the NPV and the advantages of NPV, bringing it back to one number to be able to easily compare between scenarios. That column represents the associated NPV, with each one of the sensitivities or scenarios. They are all compared to the baseline scenario. So that next column over is essentially the difference between the two. If that number is negative, it costs less than the baseline. If that number is positive, it costs more than the baseline. And then the corresponding percent difference. Now let me say something. I said baseline and I said NPV, and everybody's looking at that number that says 2080 million or 2.08 billion. Let me clarify. That is the net present value of what we think it will take to serve the peak load of our system. That includes fuel cost, capital cost to build, existing O&M cost of existing units, and new O&M cost, fixed and variable, for any new assets that we build and the associated fuel. So that is what we consider kind of an all-in cost. It's not an addition to anything. It's not added on top of anything. It's the best estimate that the model says, hey, here's what it's going to cost you in this baseline scenario to meet your peak through this study period. Okay. So now that we got the 2080 out of the way, everything is compared back to that. Starting after that percent difference, every column is dealing with what's added during that study period. It does not include existing generation. It is just what is added. So you have a total megawatt column. That total megawatt column is the sum of the 5 columns to the right of it, okay? We tried to break it down into the additions of each technology type. So you have solar, natural gas, small modular reactor or nuclear, firm capacity, and battery storage, okay? So let's talk about the different scenarios, and I'll tell you a little bit about what's in them, and hopefully that'll frame some light around the numbers that you're seeing. So the baseline we've talked about. The next is a scenario of high utility scale renewables. That is, what if everyone in the Southeast adopts solar at the same time at a higher rate than we expect? We try to represent or replicate that future in the model. What is the cost impact of that, and what's the outcome? The next is rapid electrification. What if people adopt EVs at a faster rate than we think they are? There's an EV adoption rate that's in the baseline. We added on to that to say, what if it goes faster than we anticipated? What does that look like? Does it change the answer? So that's the rapid electrification. In addition to that, it's what if people convert from using natural gas as from heating hot water and heating their space to heat pumps and electric hot water heaters? Or what if some regulation forces everyone in the future to do it at that point? What does that rapid electrification look like? The next contemplates a high inflation future. What if the inflation that we've seen over the past 18 to 24 months continues in perpetuity forever through the end of the study period? What does that do? Does it change the answer? And the next, start talking about sensitivity. So scenarios are like, hey, these are futures and we change variables. The rest are sensitivities, which means we only change one variable. So we can assign or attribute a cost change directly to that variable change. So we know a more direct impact of that variable of that scenario. So for instance, demand side management. If we implemented demand side management, which is efficiency programs, incentivizing people to turn down their ACs during peak times, or rotating breakers or hot water heaters or whatever it is. If we did that, what's the value of that? We reduced the peak by 5% in that scenario and said, give us a cost difference. That number comes out lower and people automatically say, well, why aren't we doing that? There is a cost to implement those DSM programs, right? What that tells us is we have to go back and study what's the cost of implementing those. Can we get that 5% reduction? And if we can, is it worth it? Now, there is a point where we say there's a difference of roughly 65 million and 5% reduction. If we spend 60 million, but we only reduce the load by 2%, we've now cost ourselves more money, right? So we have to be careful about how we look at that. That one requires more in-depth study to implement. No load growth contemplates what if the load stays flat from today all the way through 2050. We don't believe that will happen, but it kind of sets a floor for the cost. Carbon tax, we've talked about. The 2018 renewable resolution, we know exactly what that means. We're meeting net zero by that time, by 2045. Market reliance, we've talked about a little bit too. No new generation. The next three are high natural gas price and low natural gas price. If I could predict the price of natural gas, I would not be here today. I'd be on my own private island and I wouldn't be worried about this, right? But that's not the case. I have no control over it. I can't predict it. So I've got to build into the model the sensitivity around that pricing. If the price goes way high, does it change the answer? If the price goes way low, does it change the answer? So we're trying to do that. The next one we talked about was no solar. What if we pulled out the option for the model to build solar, it had to use anything but that? Cost impact to that. The next two are extending Deerhaven 2, the life of our largest unit, by 5 years and 9 years. The next three talk about the high price of solar, or solar PPA sensitivities. Because it was choosing so much solar, how high does that price have to be before it stops choosing it? And by the way, it's significantly higher before it stops choosing that. The low firm capacity price was, again, the model was not choosing to buy from the market in that PPA capacity. So we said, well, how low can we lower that capacity price to make it do that? And the last was the ask by the reduced discount rate by one of the stakeholders. So we included that scenario in there. Now, anybody that has heard this presentation internally, right, to GRU or the executive team or Tony will tell you, what I'm going to say next is we're not looking to pick one of these outcomes and say, hey, that's our answer. We're going to do that, right? What we're looking for is commonalities amongst the outputs. What commonalities tell you is that amongst the different outcomes, if you see a technology, say in 12 out of the 19 or 15 out of the 19, that tells you that if that scenario comes true, then that technology is probably still going to work in that scenario or in that future. If a technology only shows up in 1 or 2 scenarios, that tells you you probably should stay away from it because it's only viable if that one future comes to pass, right? So looking for commonalities, it allows you to look at the overall outcome. It helps you to build in reliability. It helps you to build in robustness and flexibility into your system because essentially it doesn't matter which one of these things happens, that technology is still viable in that outcome. And so as we move to the right and look at these, you see a lot of zeros in some columns and you see very few in others, and none in one of them. As we look at the solar column, there are 3 zeros out of the 19. And if you look closer, all 3 of those zeros, the solar was specifically excluded from those. It was constrained to where it would not buy or would not build solar. If you look at natural gas, there's natural gas in every one of them. If you look at nuclear, it only comes up in the 2045 resolution. If you look at the firm capacity, it only comes up in 2, high natural gas prices, and the scenario we specifically constrained it from doing anything else. And battery storage, again, you see the 0 where we specifically constrained it from not building battery storage. So if I'm looking for commonalities, and I'm looking for flexibility, and I'm looking for reliability, and I'm looking to put together a plan to better meet to best meet our energy needs that's flexible and reliable across multiple potential futures, I'm probably going to have some solar. I should probably add some natural gas, and I should probably add some battery storage. When you look at other IRPs, they look exactly like this. What that tells me is 2 things. Number 1, we protected the integrity of the process, which I spoke about from the beginning, to not fairly unbiased or bias against or for any particular technology. Let the costs tell us what to do. And secondly, is that we're not all way out in left field somewhere. We're not on an island and everyone else is over here on the mainland. Everyone else is coming to the same decision points because of the same reasons. And we're right in the middle of it. And so when you look at these, the answer, just glancing at these outcomes, is solar is not the answer, but it's a piece of it. Natural gas isn't the answer, but it's a piece of it. And you can guess what I'm going to say about battery storage. It isn't the answer, but it's a piece of it. And so when we look at these results, we now have the ability or the task to go back and say, given what this is telling us, what should GRU's specific plan look like? So with that, I'm going to pause because I know there's probably a lot of questions coming from that.
You've done a great job, sir.
No questions?
Kept us quiet.
Or confused, one or the other.
Oh, well, hopefully not that one.
Oh, goodness.
Okay.
Well done.
All right. Moving on. We've talked about other utilities and what they're doing. And this is a synopsis. Again, TA gave you some in their presentation. This is a synopsis of other utilities around the Southeast and Florida and what they're doing. Some relative peak demands, and they're really all retiring thermal generation. They're building new natural gas, all except the case of 2. And City Utilities is in Missouri, and they have access to very, very cheap wind and lots of it. So there's a different constraint there. And FPL, we've already said, is not building any new natural gas. They're going 100% solar for the next 10 years at least, solar and batteries. Total solar, you can see the nameplates or the nameplate megawatts that are being built by each one, and then the percentage of peak that it represents in 2030 of solar technology.
Can I ask a quick question about this?
Absolutely.
So it reflects that the solar percent of peak at the lower right there is 37%?
For GRU, for the baseline, yes.
Yes, but you're not suggesting that we're building that total 37%. I mean, it's going to be PPAs, and are we building some as well? Is that?
Correct. So the model only contemplates PPAs.
Okay,
So when you look at that, that's really a decision that you make when you go to implement it. When we looked at Solar Bluff, we looked at the cost to self-build and to buy it from PPA, and those costs were virtually identical. And so because it's less risk for us, we said, go build the PPA and do it that way.
okay.
That'll be a decision point at those times, at those years. You go back and do that same evaluation. Does it make sense for us to build it or buy it through a PPA, and then you make that decision. The IRP simply contemplates the volume that you need and the technology type, not necessarily how you deliver it. Okay. All right, so summary of results here. All the scenarios and sensitivities call for a mix of solar, batteries, and natural gas, unless it's intentionally excluded, right? And we've talked through those. The delayed retirements of some of our units may reduce the life cycle cost and defer capital expenditures in those scenarios. So specifically CT 1 and 2, which I told you was chosen in every one to extend the life to help defer capital cost, and Deer Haven 2 requires further engineering evaluation to determine if we can actually do that. But that scenario is saying there's some value in that we need to investigate, extending the life of that unit to help defer some of those capital costs. Market reliance on import power results in higher cost. We're going to need some additional capacity within the next three to 4 years. And so, speaking to some of the deadlines, if it's going to be building or whatever the most economic way to do that, if it's building, we got to start now, and to be able to get to meet that 3 to 4 year deadline, right? Either way, we've got to do something because that deadline is coming fast. And as I mentioned before, demand side management, it may be cost-effective resource to flatten out peaks, but we need to study that further because there's costs that are associated with that, and we don't want to overextend ourselves and increase the cost in the implementation. All right, so what's next? The first is to develop a preferred resource plan and action plan, and we're in the middle of that right now, as Tony mentioned. Coming to using the results that we've seen and building a plan that works best for GRU, that gives us a flexible, reliable, cost-effective way to meet our load in the future, fits within the constraints of our debt defeasance plan. So all those are being factored in as we're developing that plan. We expect to be doing that now through March or so. We have an IRP draft plan update coming back to this group on April 3rd. And then we're bringing a proposed preferred resource plan back to this group on April 17th. Okay, and the idea is to have that plan fleshed out. Obviously, there are many touch points for input from the board. Based on what you've seen today, based on the information that's been shared and will continue to be shared, lots of opportunities, and we invite that feedback and that input to this plan. If there's additional studies that would like to be seen, we're inviting you to do that. And so what we want to do is make sure we all wrap our heads around what should the future look like and how are we going to meet that. We've talked about final stakeholder advisory group and community meetings. We've said that we're going to bring the final plan after this board approves it. And so right now, those are tentatively scheduled in May. Those obviously can be pushed as far as they need to as well. But with that, I think we're done with the summary. Any questions?
Any questions from the board at this time? Yes, sir.
None? Wow. I really did really good or really bad.
Well done, well done.
Everybody took notes. Be nervous, young man.
All right, all right. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if there's nothing further, I can move on to the next item unless you
Well,
wanted to have public comment.
We're going to do some public
you.
comment here in a
Yes.
minute. So if you would, obviously, we're not taking action on this, but everything you heard, if you'd like to make a comment, same rules, we're going to limit to 30 minutes and 3 minutes a person. First speaker, please.
Mr. Chair, Jim Conish, this was a fantastic presentation, very educational. I'd like to try to connect some dots. We have 1.84 billion in debt, and we have 1.85 billion in assets after depreciation. Any net position comes from the valuation of the biomass plant as being worth what we paid for it, which is speculative at best. And now we're talking about buying a new gas plant, which we need, or something other that's capital intensive. After 5 debt downgrades in the last 10 years, we're halfway to junk bond status. We're in a lot of trouble. You have 10 power plants, 4 going down by 2032, representing 51.3% of your generating capacity. TA thinks there's going to be no coal in 2030. We're talking about coal until 2040, sir. We're in trouble, sir. We're in big trouble. And there is no way around it. We can't rehash the past, but we can't pretend that we're going to go out and be able to borrow money to buy a new plant. It just is not true. The net zero resolution, well, I'm glad that's put to bed. I take it the 100% renewable goes down with that. In the literature, in the backup, it says that biomass is powered by urban waste wood. That, of course, was false, sir. That was a big part of the fraud that was perpetrated on the community. But this is the part that I really would like you to focus on. We need additional capacity within 3 or 4 years, for sure. However, we do not have the firm transmission line availability to buy the power that we would need in 3 or 4 years. We do not have the money or the time to build another plant, sir. So it seems obvious to me that we must, at the very least, be able to buy the power we need, because the regulatory agencies will step in way before the brownouts and the blackouts occur, and they'll come down on you, sir, hard, because your capacity to meet your obligation on this monopoly that you've been granted will be watched very, very closely. In this scenario, the bond ratings have nowhere to go but down, because the utility, under the mismanagement of the Gainesville City Commission, has painted itself into the corner. And finally, I want to read you this. Solar facilities rarely provide output at their full rated capacity. GRU systems peak between 5 and 7 p.m. in the winter and 6 and 8 in the summer when the sun is going down. So the solar you get does not coincide with your peak.
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
very
sir.
much. Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please. Sparker. More coffee.
Please.
Good evening, Chair Carter, the GRU Authority. Thanks so much. My name is David Hastings. I'm a Gainesville resident, a GRU customer. I'm a chemical oceanographer, so I'm pretty familiar with models, and I like models. I'm also a community stakeholder in this IRP process for developing the integrated resource plan, and I represent the Sierra Club as part of that. So I've tagged along over the past many months of this process, been very interested and engaged. And as a stakeholder, I listen to all these presentations. And because I'm a modeler person professionally, I thought, let me see if there's another model out there to try to replicate what these TA folks are doing. And it turns out, because of course energy is so important, that there's a community of folks out there, energy modelers at Princeton and MIT got together, built an open source model. It's pretty good, does a good job of replicating Plexos. And so we put in the same inputs as GRU folks did, and these folks have been around, these energy modelers have been doing this for a while, and they did it both for Orlando and Jacksonville, so they have a history of doing it around the country. And what did they find? First of all, these are independent modelers. Of course, it's energy agnostic, and we're especially interested in lower costs. That's what we focus on, and it turns out our results were similar to the TEA results in that energy efficiency, solar, battery energy storage, that's what came out on top. We had slightly different results that are very important, but the primary thing is that solar and battery energy storage are very inexpensive these days, which is pretty interesting and important if you're interested in lowering costs. We did find that we set the retirement for Deer Haven 2. We didn't fix that, or they didn't fix that. Instead, they let that float, and it turns out by retiring Deer Haven 2 early, in other words, in about a year or two, we could reduce costs, and the total reduction in costs was $9.5 million per year. So that's significant. And that's by retiring this old, clunky, energy inefficient plant with more efficient solar, more efficient energy efficiency, solar and batteries. And so it's good news for energy customers of GRU that we can save some money. And it's also good in terms of what we're going to put in, that solar, battery energy storage, and renewables are good. So thank you very much, both the folks at GRU for helping us with this process, and thank you to Chair Carter and the authority for allowing us to speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Next speaker, please.
My name is Donald Shepard. I'm a Republican, and I wanted to know, is this what the gentleman mentioned about it might be political? I'd like to know how he sees it as being political, because I think that Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and our governors are wanting to know that also. Gainesville is a Democratic city. Going downhill. If I have anything to do with it, I'm a people's representative, I call myself, and I try to do my best to do it. But Mr. Carnish, Nathan Scott, and others have done just as good a job as I have, and not better. And pat on the back goes to that. Also, a pat on the back goes to the people who was in charge of getting this utility down to the rates that it is now. I'm saying 30–40% drop on my utility bill, which I thank you very much for. This is something that I just learned that it's on TV. I would have stayed home and recorded it if I knew that. And I think it should be always on TV. If we're going to take and use the taxpayer money to pay these high utility bills, we should be using it to make this a televised meeting so that the GRU representatives that are here can take and in Tallahassee can take and see what's going on here, so that they don't have to have individuals like myself bringing them DVDs of what's going on in our city. What's going on in our city for 50-some years has been ashamed. Every Democrat should be ashamed of themselves for representing the Democratic Party all these years. Stupidity has happened in the city of Gainesville, and this is where our political people backing has brought that. I want to take and stop here and say once again, thank you for all you've done. And I say this to anybody and everybody that holds a job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
James Engel, one of the things I really came here to kind of say tonight about this plan, and I think the presentation kind of backs this up, is to really focus on making sure that we are still a utility that generates its own power. I think getting an over-reliance on these power purchase agreements puts us in a bad spot in a couple of ways. One of them is, if we're buying our power from Duke or buying our power from FP&L, that power is being made a long way from here. Right? If it's FP&L, it's probably down around Sanford. If it's Duke, it's down around Crystal River. Because we are very close to where we generate this power, our power is super reliable. Right? Like I've seen maps of the state of Florida where everybody's out of power, but I get to look at those maps on my TV while I'm drinking a cold drink after I haven't just got out of a hot shower because the power's on here in Gainesville. GRU is a really reliable utility, and we've done a very good job with that, and I'd hate to see that lost, even if it did save us a couple of bucks. Also want to say the money that we put into GRU stays here. Like, this is one of the best employers in town. This is high-paid, high-skilled jobs in a place that doesn't have a lot of those sometimes. So, every dollar that gets spent goes into small businesses, goes into paychecks, goes into soccer games and Little League. And I think that's a very important part of our city, and making sure that we don't give that away and making sure that we incorporate that into this IRP is very, very important. Like I said, I think the numbers turned out better than I thought they would in some of those respects. But I want to make sure that when we look at these, we're looking at numbers that aren't just the bottom line, but where those dollars are going and what they're doing. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Angela Castile. And I'm going to start by letting you know I lived at St. Francis House for a little while. And it was me and my family with a child in the NICU. And these stakeholders that they've shown have a political agenda, the majority of them. I'm not going to say all of them because I don't know all of them, but the majority of them have a political agenda. They say they speak for the low income. How many of them have walked into the low income places and talked to people? I can tell you, I have. My neighbors downstairs, $500 bills. Come on a fixed income. So to say that they represent the low income is a load of crap. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other speakers at this time? If we could line up a little bit, please, and that would help the process, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Carter, Tom Canilio, how are you?
Doing great, sir.
Good. Just briefly, I want to compliment staff and Eric Walters and this group that you all participate with, and very, 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 very impressive. And I need to ask if the slides, if Eric's slides are online. I think they are, right?
Yes, sir.
Because it's hard to see from back there. I grow biomass energy crops. I have since I was in school at UF. I happened to be a part of a corn to ethanol project back in the 90s when it was big. And we made ethanol down the road in Brantford using a Mother Earth still that the Department of Energy paid for a farmer. So I'm very close to farms and ranchers, and Alan Hitchcock of Hitchcock Ranch used the wood ash from the biomass power plant for some years. We had a contract for the wood ash to be given to farms and ranches, and it neutralizes soil. They loved it. And when it stopped, when the contract was renegotiated, and Tony and I talked about this, best use practices had to be implemented for the wood ash. We no longer use the wood ash on our soils. That said, I want to ask you folks to seriously bring in the IFAS research. I'm summarizing the 1995 200-page report from Minelands Research, where the best of the IFAS scientists studied all crops that could be grown down there. The costs are incorporated into this study for the values that would, we'd have to pay for the same biomass crops that are grown up here. And USDA has given us material to plant. UF has given me material to plant, and the costs are a whole lot less than the wood that we're using, and the BTUs are higher than the wood that we're using in the biomass power plant. I think biomass is possibly being overlooked because you're not bringing IFAS in, and you could invite the Dean for Research to come and give you a summary. Rob Gilbert is his name, I believe. This 200-page report from 1995 should be looked at carefully, and I'm trying to summarize the slides.
No problem. Thank you so much, sir. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Carter, I have a handout for everybody. For the
Okay.
five of you.
If you can just set that, yeah, well.
Hi, Nancy Darren. Thank you. And thank you to Eric and TEA for a fantastic presentation, very valuable. I echo Mr. Engel about local and the last speaker too.
Thank you.
We're so fortunate to have the percentage that we do of locally controlled fuel with the biomass plant. And it was solar. So I'm really glad we're exploring DSM more to see what kind of potential is there. The concerns about natural gas, I think we need to certainly keep in mind now that we're exposed to international markets and the LNG markets are really going up, and it gives us such a huge vulnerability to the fuel adjustment charge, which we know what happened to us a little while ago, the vulnerability of supply and pricing that we have absolutely no control over, and how much more domestic supply is now being diverted to LNG and international markets where Europe, when the war broke out with Ukraine, prices were up at $350, and ours went up to $9. I think in this last freeze, there was a spike for a few hours up to $17, which came right back down. So that volatility creates a lot of vulnerability. And then to look at net present value, which does provide that apples to apples, but historically we've looked at it valuing the present far more than the future, and the World Bank, the Federal Reserve, many other institutions are starting to look at, in a resource-constrained, much more volatile world, should we adapt to different discount rates that are lower? So I'm glad there was that 2.2%. Some are even looking at what happens in a negative, that in the future it's going to be far more valuable. So to include some of that in your modeling, I think would be very valuable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some questions and some comments. The first question I'll ask for whoever, I'll direct it to you, obviously, Mr. Chair, and whoever, which one of you members of the board are listening. And then I will also submit the same questions in writing. The first question that I have for you, and some of these are going to be rhetorical questions, I want to ask you if the CFO has blessed off on this IRP plan and blessed off on this analysis. That's the first question. Question number two is I want to ask if it's been presented to PFM and GRU's, which is GRU's financial advisor. That's the second question. The third question is I want to ask you why they are spending all this money on a study that only replicates the same study that was done in 2019. And Mr. Walters brought that forward to you a second ago. And why are we doing the same study? We're spending money. We know we can't spend the money because we can't afford it. That's another question. And the answer is an expansion of the transmission access. Here's the answer to it. Like I told you, it's going to be rhetorical. The answer is an expansion of the transmission access as a realistic pricing for someone like in FMPA. The pricing outside of power is not accurately reflected in the IRP, excuse me. Question number four, I want to ask you, where's the cost of dismantling any of the assets that was brought up in the IRP? And were those costs included in the IRP? Want to know that because it's extremely important. Because cost, and like you said, many of you up there said, we want to run this like a business. Prove it. I want to ask you, as the ACE study showed us, are we capable of handling another 80 megawatts of solar? And now that we have 75, and how do we handle 700? I want to ask that. I want to also ask you how are we going to do the one thing is where as so many cheaper municipal owned utilities buy their power and are generating it, the ones that are obsolete with non-competitive plants or that are in a heap of trouble, how are we going to be doubling down and doing the same thing? Make that make sense to me. It gives the appearance that our CEO is wanting to give the balance of balancing authority and then matching the supply and demand of the system. And it's crazy because FP&L and FMPA can more easily balance the load that we're trying to do the same thing. And if there's not enough land, because GRU does not have enough territory on site to handle another 700 megawatts of solar plants at 10 acres a megawatt, that's 7,000 acres. Where do we do that, folks? When already some folks already brought up to you how many is already off the tax rolls. We're going to take more off the tax rolls? I think not. GRU, all in all, the cost for the same 50 megawatts is around $100 when you consider all the fixed costs. So I'm going to submit these to you in writing, but I submit to you, this seems like the same game that we were doing before you took over when we had the other guys. So are we going to repeat the same failed mistake of going down this path of we want to be, I'm all about having renewable energy and being sustainable, but we went down this path before. Let's not repeat the same mistake.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any other speakers at this time? Seeing none.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Board, I wanted to address a couple things. So again, these are preliminary results that came out of the model. So what we need to do now is take these results and develop what a implementable plan that works. And so that takes into account, there's been some discussion around that, takes into account our debt reduction plan. So our debt reduction plan is a constraint on what we can do and what we can borrow over the next 10 years. And so what we're trying to do is develop a plan that fits within that debt reduction plan, and that will be what we bring back to you as a board. And so that is going to drive some of our decision making, and we can't just borrow money and capital if it doesn't fit within that plan. So that is the work that staff will be working on now. If you all have additional input or ideas, we will incorporate that into that so that we can bring you back very viable options that fit into our long-term financial plan. The other thing I will address is so this is the financial model, this model that develops these alternatives. We are right now also looking at our own modeling, looking through those finances, looking through those scenarios, and then doing our own modeling to mimic that, and then also to see how that translates ultimately to customers and customer bills. So all of that is what part of the activity that we are doing at this moment, and then we'll be bringing back those results per the schedule that Eric shared.
Okay, great comments and everything. One of the things I would encourage the board, and I don't know if you are or you're not, so I'll meet with people. I met with FMPA, had hour and a half, well, about a 2.5 hour meeting, actually. I brought the results, gave them to the CEO. I said, defend it. Tell me how they're getting their numbers. And, and that's, I think, some of our charge. Let's educate ourselves. It takes a long time. But let's challenge our staff to defend the decisions. And I think that's our job here. So, and I'm meeting with people. Mr. Conish gives me a lot of information. I'm on my computer. I get a lot of information from folks, and I'm looking at it all. And once it starts getting consistent, I get happy. And I'm not there yet. So, any other questions or thoughts by anybody? Okay, next item, please.
Mr. Chair, the next item is 2024-115, Agreements and Associations.
If you can bring up the presentation. I realize we're running late on time. I'm going to try to focus us through this. I can't. Can you click on the screen so I can advance?
Mine works.
Thanks. Okay, very good. So we've been talking about with the transition to the new board, we have these relationships with general government that we've had for a long time. And we're trying to better define those relationships. We're trying to better.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Thank you so much for the presentation, gentlemen. I just realized we sort of didn't even acknowledge you, so I apologize. Thank you so much. It was wonderful and got us a lot of information. So thank you, sir. Sorry about that. We got you in this time, though.
And so we're trying to define what those relationships are. We're also trying to go through a process, or we are going through a process where we're evaluating what is the best way to get those services. Is the best way to get it through a relationship with general government? Are we getting that value? Do we need to define that or scope that relationship in a different manner? Can we do those services internally? And is that more cost effective? Or is there even an external option that's more cost effective? So we're going through, this is a long list of a lot of things. So what we've been trying to do is prioritize those. So just to get us all on the same page, there are services that GRU provides to general government, and they pay for those services. There are services that general government provides to GRU, and we pay for those services. Some of those services have a defined service level agreement or an MOU or some relationship. Others are not as clear. It's just the way we've done business for a long period of time, and so they're not as clear. And so what we really want to do is define those more clearly and then really go through an exercise of buy or build. Again, do we do it ourselves? Do we do it through them, or do we do it externally? And so listed on this bottom of the slide is just some of those different services and relationships that go back and forth. So big picture, I believe last meeting we had some discussion on this big picture, but there are really these three to four primary touch points of how we relate with general government. One is the general services contribution. So we've had discussion about that, and we actually have an item scheduled for later this afternoon, late this evening, to address that as well. So currently we have a methodology that was developed that produces about a $15.3 million transfer from GRU to general government. And that is under consideration of potentially making a change. Another touch point is utility taxes. So utility taxes are something that is on our bill. All we do is collect those taxes and transfer those to the city. It's about $16.4 million for the city of Gainesville. It's about 7.2, it's either 7.2 or 7.4 million that transfers to Alachua County for the utility tax that's collected on the customers outside the city limits. So again, those are taxes we collect on the bill and just transfer, give that, pass that money directly to those entities. The next section are the services that I was describing on the previous slide. So there are different services that are provided either direction. We pay for about $9.3 million of services. And at the previous meeting, we talked about reducing those costs for services we're not being provided this year. And that was about $1.4 million. The last category really is either there are de minimis things that we're just not prioritizing at this time because we're trying to focus on the bigger items, or there are things that we do for general government or general government does for us that we just direct bill. Like an example might be we put new utilities in or dig up our utilities in a roadway. We talk to Public Works about paving the roadway after we restore the utilities, and we have a rate that we pay them for. And so we do that at times. They do the same thing where we do services for them. Again, that's at this time, I'm not getting into those direct bill things that we do, but focusing more on those broader services. So in the last meeting, and we had a little bit of discussion tonight, we identified services this year that we are no longer getting. And starting this month, we are reducing our payment from the cost allocation plan, the full cost allocation plan, by about $180,000 per month. That will equate to a $1.4 million reduction for this fiscal year. Again, for services that we're not getting at this time, and we've talked about those in detail at the previous meeting. So I'm not gonna go back over that at this time. What phase two, so I'm considering that phase one. What phase two are things that we're looking at for starting in fiscal year 25 that we want to change the relationship from the way it is now. and define that in a different manner. So these are the recommendations that I am bringing forth to the board. The first one is for IT services. We kind of talked about for a long period of time, we were billing about $1.4 million or less over a 11, 12-year period. Last year, we increased that to 2.9 million. The methodology that we developed to allocate those costs is the Microsoft licenses. Using that methodology, that payment should be closer to 5.8 million. What I'm recommending that we do for fiscal year 25 is essentially offer them two options, and then they may take a third. But the two options would be for us to give them the full service that we really apply to GRU, give general government that full service at a cost of around $5.8 million. That would be one option. Option two would be a continued payment of 2.9 million, but we really reduce the service down to that level. And so that would be a very limited service that we'd be providing general government for IT services at a payment of 2.9. Those are the two options that I'm recommending that we offer. The third approach from their perspective could be to go find services somewhere else. And I will say, when the chair and I met with the city manager, they did put an RFP out to look at that. The risk for
to that
go ahead.
point, they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do, and that's what GRE is doing. We're looking at our costs, and the city's doing the same thing.
Yep.
So if someone says, how come you're doing it? Well, the city's doing the exact same thing. That's what they're supposed to be doing. So nobody get mad at us when we're looking at services.
Yep.
Because the city's doing the exact same thing.
Yep, I think we're both trying to define the relationship and what's best for each entity. I will just add on the IT that the risk associated with that is if we have a lot of fixed costs on our IT system, our data center, our servers, the things we have set up, we have a lot of fixed costs. And so if they do walk away, we are not gonna be able to reduce our expenses by that amount. And so it will ultimately have an impact on it'll reduce that revenue over the next 10 years. And we'll have to figure out how to reduce expenses to accommodate that, which most likely would result in reduced levels of service.
Mr. Cunningham, sorry, last week, it's my understanding that Jack's Beach fell victim to a cyber attack. And previous to this meeting, a lot of folks were expressing generally concern. And my concern is if we're going to be sharing services with the city of Gainesville, our concern should be for the city of Gainesville as well. So is it possible in the near future that we can get a presentation from our cybersecurity team so that we as a community, setting politics aside, we as a community need to understand what we're up against as a full community?
Yeah, so thank you. The cybersecurity, especially in the municipal realm and the utility realm, has become a much bigger risk, where there has been ransoms and data taken from entities, and then you have to pay a ransom to get that data back, and it's data like your billing data, and so you literally can't bill your customers. So we have really ramped up our cybersecurity here at GRU. And in fact, the CIO recently went to a networking conference type of situation, talking to other utilities, and found that we are on the kind of stronger end of our cybersecurity for our community and for our customers. And I think that is really critical, because we provide a critical service that we don't want anything to stop from happening, whether it's from the billing standpoint or the delivery of our services. And so, general government has that same security they're under us providing them service. But I think if that's the request from the board, absolutely, we'd love to kind of share that perspective that we have and the things we put in place to reduce that risk. The next one is network connectivity. And so this one really is our GRUCOM services. We provide a lot of fiber services to different places within the city, including GRU. The reason that original system was built was really for GRU to move information around in a very secure manner. We also do that for various city departments. What we have found as we evaluated that is we charge for many of those, but there are some of those that just through history, we've never charged for those services. So we identified some of those that we have never charged for before, and we're recommending that we charge those to the general government departments for the services that we're providing there. The next one is Connect Free. We heard a comment earlier. Connect Free is a program that's been around for a long time. Basically, I'm going to try to do this real quick. When customers outside the city limits connect to water and sewer, any customer connects to water and sewer, there's a connection charge. It's like an impact fee that you're paying, and that customer is essentially paying for like a piece of the plant and a piece of the collection or distribution system that gets the water or wastewater. When a customer connects outside the city limits, so typically these are developers developing a subdivision or a commercial property, but it could be an individual homeowner. When it's outside the city limits, there is a surcharge on those connection charges. It's a 25% surcharge. So whatever those costs are to connect, there's a 25% surcharge. That surcharge is passed through, like we collect it, but it's passed through to a general government program that connects, that does a couple of things. It connects people to water and wastewater. If customers have a failing septic tank or a failing well, it helps pay for the costs of them to connect. And it also goes, the resolution for Connect Free program also has funds that go to affordable housing. The affordable housing is within the city limits. The funds are collected outside the city limits. And so our recommendation at this time is just to stop collecting that because of that differential between inside and outside the city limits, to stop collecting that surcharge on connection charges, and therefore no longer collecting that for those connections outside. There is no impact on GRU because we weren't getting the revenue, but the revenue was going straight through, so it doesn't change anything within the books of GRU, but it does change things for those folks connecting and reducing that cost to connect.
Roughly how much is that annually?
I think last year was around $770,000, so I think it's ranged anywhere from $300,000 to $700,000+ annually.
And correct me if I'm wrong, the methodology to that is because GRU is owned by its citizens. So the people outside, as they connect into the system, that is just an opportunity for them to participate in the city or what? I mean, I worked on that a lot when I was on the city commission, and I'm still a little gray on the real justification, other than because we can.
Yeah, so I'm not sure I know the complete justification of why. Like you said, it's allowed by state law to do that, and so that it's been done. And then the program has changed over time. Like initially, it was very focused on connecting failing septic tanks and failing wells.
Right.
There's been a lot of talk about septic to sewer conversions, and then affordable housing was kind of brought in as well.
So the rationale and the reason GRU stops doing it, is that because it gives us a black eye? I'm just trying to figure out, why stop if it has no financial impact?
So I think I was looking at it in terms of consistency with the law, and it's charging our customers and future customers
for a social
additional for something that doesn't provide fiscal and financial benefit to the utility or its customers.
That one I understand. Okay, thank you.
The next one is streetlights. So we talked a little earlier about the city has streetlights that we provide that service and they pay general government. We provide that service to general government. Public Works pays GRU for that service. There's this other piece that's a complicated and twisted, and that is when back years and years ago, there was a regional utility board. The county and the city were both part of this regional utility board. There was an agreement to move away from that and for the city to take over complete governance of the utility. When that occurred, there was an agreement that was done at that time that we're still under that agreement. And that agreement said that the city will pay for the streetlights in the county. So those streetlights in the county, that the city would pay for that. So since that agreement, that's happened consistently. In October of '22, the city commission just changed the mechanism of how that's done. So there was this very roundabout way that it was done. In October of '22, the city commission recommended that GRU pay for those streetlights, but then reduce our general fund transfer by that similar amount. So it was no change to GRU, it was no additional cost to GRU, just the mechanism of how it was paid was changed. In September of '23, the city commission took action for GRU to actually pay for it and not reduce the GSC to that amount. What I'm recommending here is that we go back to the practice that we had since the agreement was in place, which is the mechanism would be, we would pay for those streetlights, GRU would, but we would reduce the general fund transfer by that equivalent amount. And this year it's $1.1 million. It probably is gonna be escalating over time, but we would reduce the GFT or GSC by that amount of what that cost is. So that's my recommendation.
I have a question, and believe it or not, we've been going back at this since the day I got on the board almost. The methodology why the city or GRU would be paying for the county streetlight is in lieu of right-of-way expenses and use of the county's right-of-ways to put our services out there. Is that correct?
I think it could be interpreted that way, that is part of what that reason that is being paid. I think the broader reason also just is the regional utility board disbanded, that was the agreement for the city to pay it.
So I would really want to me personally, I'd want to dive into that more because just because that's the way we've always done it, as we're talking about with some of this other stuff, doesn't mean we need to keep doing it the other way. So I would love to understand that at some point and figure out the county's position on that, what their interpretation is. Because obviously if we don't have to pay 1.1 million, I'm all for it, but I don't want to get out of something and then all of a sudden have bills from the county for right of way. So I still don't, I told you if I was on the city commission, I'd have put it on you too, because in my opinion, it's outside the city and you're getting something for it and the city's not. Why they were paying it all those years scratches my head. And so I'm gonna need more education on that personally, on that one.
So I do want to clarify, I may not have understood exactly what you're saying, but I do want to clarify that what I'm recommending is that, so the city would still be paying for it. We're not paying the county, that it just would be coming from general government, not from GRU.
Right, and so, yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. I mean, is the fact that if we are the ones going into the county and we are the ones gonna be putting in the services.
Right.
I think that deal is between us. I don't know what happened back in 1985. I mean, I read the agreement. We're supposed to be putting in fire hydrants also. There's a lot of things we're supposed to be doing I don't think we do anymore, just because the developers do it now.
Right.
But I read through that agreement, and again, it's another one that's clear as mud. So whatever we do, let's get it right this time, and let's make sure it can be defended.
Okay, so I think I would be, as we go through this, my recommendation is gonna be to be implementing these things that we have on here. So if we're pulling something out, I'd be looking for that direction from the board to do something different.
Is your question that if we put this back on the city and the city said, well, we're gonna just break the agreement or terminate the agreement, then that could come back to the utility having to pay for those right away?
I don't know the answer to that. I would like to know, like in any business decision, what am I getting for my value? I want to know all of the things, and I haven't gotten the answers yet. I mean, and in all fairness, I haven't walked over to the county and knocked on their door and say, what is your interpretation? We're doing that with the city right now and say, okay, you're saying this, show me. So on something else, so.
Mr. Chair, I think that would be the wisest course is to get more information on this and find out the county's position.
Yeah, because I want to know what's going on before I jump in the pool. That's just me.
The next one really isn't part of the recommendation. This is a informational for the board, that the general government is looking at an ordinance that it will essentially have a fees for GRU when we do work in the right of way in the city limits, that we would be paying a permit fee to do that. So when we do work in the right of way, they have to review plans and look at what we're doing and do inspections. And so that they're looking at implementing a fee for us to do that. So we haven't had that before. They're implementing that fee. To Chair Carter's point earlier, I don't want to pay additional funds for anything, but this is a service that they're providing and reviewing plans as we do the construction, just like any other entity working with them. And so, I guess I'm not looking at this as something that we should fight against because it makes sense. We're looking at doing similar activities as that, where if we provide a service, we should be paid for it. So if they're providing a service, they should be. So I'm letting you all know that that's an ordinance that's coming before the city commission. The city commission took an action to get it drafted, and that'll be coming back to the city commission soon.
How is that handled in the county at this point? Do we pay fees and everything in the county?
So I might look to staff.
We do? Okay.
Okay.
What do those fees amount to?
So in the city, we are estimating somewhere between $100,000 and $250,000 a year.
Oh, okay.
So our dark fiber that we start getting paid for, it goes almost a wash.
Mr. Cunningham, was I correct to hear that you said that they're actually moving forward with this?
So the action that the commission took was to have the city attorney's office draft an ordinance. And I don't believe that ordinance has come back to the city commission yet. Is that correct? Okay. It has not come back to the city. They haven't adopted a new ordinance yet. And then the last line really is the discussion of the previous meeting when we talked about the service reductions for like the auditor's office and OEI and those different offices, that we are evaluating what fiscal year 25 might look like and what those relationships. We haven't defined all of that yet, and we'll be bringing that back to the board when we have a recommendation on next year. So really what I'm recommending today is the phase 2 is what we just kind of talked about there, that we implement that phase 2 plan to modify these things as I'm recommending. That is my recommendation. And then in terms of a phase 3 would be to go forward with evaluating other relationships that we have and defining them and looking for the best cost alternative, whether that be internally, externally, or through the general government. And so that we would continue to evaluate each of our relationships, make sure that it's the most cost-effective service for GRU, and then bring a recommendation for a change for the future. And these slides got out of order, so I'm gonna hit this real quick. So the phase 3, just wanna give you all an insight into, we are trying to look at what solely furthers the fiscal and financial benefits to the utility and the customers. And so that's how we're going through each of these relationships. And like I said, we're looking at each of the different ways we could get those services. What I do want to share is when we show some of these cost reductions for the 1.4, for example, it doesn't mean we're necessarily saving all of that 1.4 because some of that we're gonna have to do internally. And so a great example is broadcasting. So we are no longer paying for broadcasting services from general government, but we've had some costs that have risen up by us doing the broadcasting here. So it doesn't mean it's complete delta, but we're trying to make decisions where we absolutely are gonna save money or add a tremendous amount of value by taking a different path forward. So with that, I'm gonna go back actually to the recommendation slide. So again, my recommendation are all of those changes. If you all wanted to pull something out, you can make a motion to do that. You can make a motion for us to move forward with all of them or to do any sort of hybrid in between or go back and look at something in more detail. So with that, I'll turn it back to you for questions.
Well, just clarification, Tony and I did meet with the charters, and the mayor was in every one of those meetings. Tony was extremely consistent to the point where I could memorize his speech. At the end of it, he said, compete for our business. And please, he says, if you believe you can be most cost effective, give us a proposal. In some cases, they challenge Tony's percentile of reduction and, you know, and so the way I left it, and I want to bring the board up to speed, was that Tony and possibly staff and and the charters and their staff will actually get a more finite breakdown of the services. And this goes back to my statement last time. If there is a movement either way, I think we should be responsible and accordingly adjust our forecast. But I will say consistently, Tony said, you have to basically bid our business, and that's when the city said, we're doing the same. We're looking at other options too. One of the things I did enter into the equation is actually the optics. You know, we're supposed to be free and clear of the city commission. So what are the optics of that if we are under audit from the city? And they report to the city commission. They felt that there was a solution for that, and they're going to be presenting that to Tony, if I'm not mistaken.
So I think the city auditor specifically thought.
Well, that was the
there
big one.
Way to do that. So
Yeah.
that, we have not followed up on that, but there is a way to make sure that there's kind of that separation and there's not the influence from the city commission, and yet they can provide the service directly to us.
Yeah, so Tony, unless the board objects, you know, the way I left it with them is that Tony and staff and they will get together and basically bring us a report back in each charter officer. Some of them are, city commission's real clear. That, I mean, October, you know, they're done, that's real clear, so we don't, and even the manager even said that, we don't have to have that conversation. But he's gonna bring back to the board all the results of that, hopefully soon.
Yeah, so just to give an update, I've asked the charters to bring forward basically their estimate of what service they think they're providing this year and the cost of that. When I brought this to the board, I was doing an estimate. I had not worked with them, I had not talked with them, and so they had some clarity on scope and services they were providing. So they're bringing that, and then we're going to evaluate that as our staff and then bring it back to the board.
And then just on this $1.4 million reduction, as I said to the mayor and the city manager, that we would meet with our accounting department, which we did, Tony and I did. And there is nothing in writing. There's a couple of emails going back with some assumptions that, you know, it's in arrears, but there's no smoking gun. We asked the city manager and the mayor, do you have a period where we didn't pay for 2 years? If we're in that can't be provided. She referenced 2021, and I think more or less as the confusion year. I think that's when, so after the meeting with our financial staff and Tony and I looked at Tony and said, I think the best thing to do here is we've already voted. Give the mayor and the city manager and the staff opportunity to show us the smoking gun. And in my opinion, I'm just one vote. If we owe the money, I want to pay the money because I don't want to be a deadbeat in any way. But I need proof. I can't do because that's the way we've done it. I'm reading through the budgets. I'm focusing on 2015 because that's a year I really studied when I was on the commission. And there's a lot of references in there to accounts. There's a lot of, well, this is why this, and even in the Baker Tilly for the GRU, you can see that. There's no reference, and we're talking $18 million over 2 years, give or take.
18.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. So it's 3.4, so almost 7 million over 2 years.
Right.
Okay, so there's no note on $7 million. And that scares me. So I called the mayor, he was actually in Washington doing some lobbying, and I said, here's our position. And if anybody disagrees with that, please let me know. But I said, show us proof and bring it to the board. And that's why I left it, so.
And just to clarify, so at this time, we are starting this month, we are reducing those payments by $180,000 per month.
Yes, that was the vote.
So again, back to this, so this is the recommendation.
So we need a motion.
Yeah, we need a motion and direction, and like I said, you could break things out if you'd like. I could go back to this slide. So what we're really saying is those first four things, the IT, the network connectivity, Connect Free, and streetlights, that we're recommending for fiscal year 25, which starts October 1st of 24, that these things would be in effect.
My only comment would be that the one regarding the street light and the reduction of the GSC or not. I don't want to imply that the GSC is going to be in the budget next year. We've still not resolved that. And I don't want to get into that right now because James has his issue coming up here.
Right.
So if that can be dropped out, I'd have no problem with the rest of it.
I guess my question is, I don't see other services that we purchase from the city. I don't see fleet management or human resources or payroll.
Yep.
And I feel like we're piecemealing it and without having the full picture. If we go in and price all this and we end up like, could it go either way?
Mhm.
I mean, this could sort of come back on us if we end up having to go out and purchase some of these services at a much higher rate. I just feel like we're sort of piecemealing this.
So let me speak to that. So that's really what the phase 3 are, the rest of those. So at this point, what we're recommending is the rest of those services, we continue as we have them. So fleet, payroll, HR, all of those services, we continue to do those where general government's providing that. We are gonna evaluate them more fully over the next year and then make a recommendation for fiscal year 26. So that's how we're approaching those other services at this time. We tried to prioritize. We went through, and you all know, like in your backup, we put this in here to try to define what each of those are and then what our recommendations are on each of those. So the rest of those services, fleet and all of those, our recommendation at this time is to continue in the relationship with general government. What we don't know, and maybe this is what you're speaking to, is we don't know if general government decide, hey, we don't want to provide you this service anymore.
Yeah, I mean, is there risk associated with us losing fleet management?
Yeah, so if general government decided, hey, we don't want to provide fleet management anymore, we would have to put out an RFP really quick and try to stand up something to take care of our 700 plus moving parts and pieces that are very varied. So, you have bucket trucks to pickup trucks to trailers. It's very complicated fleet. And so we would have to stand that up. They have not indicated in my conversation.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but so the law does, so I read through the law again and I'd almost say we could go to legislator and say they're now impeding the service of the utility. So that's the only thing that's, because you and I have been not panicking, but talking that, and I went and thought about that. That could be something the law would step in.
Right.
Yes?
That is certainly what is certainly written into the law. I just want to make sure that we're all clear. It's not, like you said earlier, smoking gun. It's not a full barrier of protection, but
I
it
think
is
that's something we could stand on.
certainly a strong argument and something to stand on.
So I don't know if I fully answered your question. So the rest of those services at this time, we are not prioritizing to change that relationship, but to continue to evaluate those for the future.
I'm gonna need a motion from somebody.
Could you go back to the list?
Yep.
Well, I'm not going to make the motion unless you restate clearly what it is that you want in the motion.
Yeah, so what I would say is to implement what my recommendation is to implement the phase 2 plan to modify the relationships as defined on that previous slide for IT, network connectivity, connect-free, streetlights. And we don't need the fiscal year 24 because we already did that last week. So it's just those first 4 so that we implement this for starting October 1st of 2024.
With the exception of the streetlights.
So I think that's the discussion that the board was having. My recommendation is to move forward with the streetlights, but I think your discussion is as well, it's connected to GSC, you don't want to move forward, and I think Chair Carter is kind of wanting more information as well, so it could be just the first 3 on that list as well.
And I'll make a motion to move forward with the first 3.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second to the motion?
Second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Public comment on the motion on the floor, please.
Mr. Chair, Jim Conish. This is not contemplated under 1645. You do not have the ability to throw away another year of hemorrhaging. You just don't. And the privilege fee case is in front of tab 5, right here. And your attorney explained it to you. Let me read something to you. It is clear the privilege fee is not a franchise fee because the utilities did not bargain for imposition of the fee. Why would a business negotiate a franchise agreement that would allow it to run a business it already has a right to operate? Imposition of a franchise fee by the city or county would be a legal tax that you would be best advised to ignore. And just like on the privilege fee, FP&L and Duke and everyone else will come out of the woodwork and strike it down for you because you can't sue the city commission. And the same actually would go for the permit fees. Byerly wanted to do landscaping in the right-of-way. Bolarski said, we're out there without a franchise agreement. You can't do that. You're out there. And they cannot retroactively impose anything on you that you don't negotiate with them. Over the years, I heard about the indirect transfer. Now I find out that GRU has identified 41 different types of indirect transfers, failing to mention low-income energy assistance program, failing to mention the discounted connection fees for small houses to appease Eastmen at the very last minute, and so on and so forth. How can we justify hemorrhaging millions and millions and millions of dollars a month on free this, free that, nothing's free? All of it crams down on the back of beleaguered GRU ratepayers, sir, that you are here to protect. So all this gobbledygook, well, next year we're going to try to do better. This all should have been waiting for you on October 4th for motions to clean this mess up this year. What is the justification for continuing to fund Nee and an associate to sit here and just be obstructionists? I'm sure they're wasting Mr. Walker's time hoping he quits. I'm positive they're going to do that. And finally, as Nee filters in his ridiculous legal theories, you need to start writing the...
Can you quit attacking people?
You need to write the Attorney General anytime one of these thorny questions come up and ask them, can the county slap franchise fees on you? Can the city slap franchise fees on you? They know Mr. Nee because Mr. Nee sued
Thank you very much. Your time is up, sir.
The Attorney General. Thanks.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bobby Murmer, coordinator of the Alachua County Labor Coalition. First, on a personal note, thank you for that request you just made. I appreciate the sort of informal point of order. So I appreciate you bringing that up. So Connect Free is an incredibly successful program. I understand that there might be some concerns about the source of the revenue being in the unincorporated areas within the service territory while the benefit goes to the city. But we cannot forget that GRU, even though governed separately and not part of general government, is part of the city. And also our city is very constrained when it comes to the tax rolls. A lot of our property is off the tax rolls, VA, UF. At the same time, city residents who are also ratepayers of this utility, we pay our county taxes, right? But we don't receive services that the county provides in their unincorporated areas. So in a way, protecting the majority of your ratepayers would be ensuring that we can somehow provide the same services that the county provides with our tax money. So I just urge you, consider how successful this program is. A return on investment somewhere between like $115 and $150 per dollar spent. Somewhere around 450 new affordable homes built. Also connecting existing homes or converting them from septic tanks to sewer lines. which is something that's also a priority of the legislature, as we've seen with some successful legislation recently passed, or not recently, last year passed by Senator Brodier. This is just a really good program. It costs GRU nothing to pass through the money. You know, private utilities, you want to run this like a business. Duke, FP&L, they're out there all the time with their big fancy cardboard checks, right? Doing good things from the community, the communities they service. This is something, keeping Connect Free going is a good thing you guys can do for our community that costs nothing. So please consider voting no on this and maybe take another vote without having Connect Free on the chopping block. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Name's Don Shepard, for the record. What's going on here is that there's a lot of paperwork that hasn't been provided to you. What I had provided for you is at Tallahassee, and I'd taken them, suggest that you took a look at that. The governor, Mr. Piazza's, he has that information, the DVDs, the paperwork. If not, then contact me and I'll make it providable for you. This here is something that was asked by the board to take and be at the next meeting. Where is it? Where's this information? These people back here sound asleep on it. We're not seeing the information of these things that the city commission is talking about being brought to this meeting. How is our people going to represent us if they don't have the information in front of them and be brought up to date on what's been transpired? You can have all the GRU meetings at the city hall you want, but make it presentable to this meeting. GRU has been providing for this city for way too long. They've been their piggy bank, it's been said, and it's a fact. We can't take and deny that. So why hasn't this city paid back the money owed to GRU so GRU can pay its employees? And this other thing of taking our power source out of our public works, that's horrendous. That's stupidity. To take and lay off those people like you had to lay off GRU people because of the city? No, we don't need that. We need them to take and make things accountable as he signed an agreement when he became a mayor and the city manager did when she became a city manager. Where's that management skill? She never had it, in my opinion. She needs to be removed along with Kim Bolton. No Republican votes. That's like taking a paycheck out of my pocket. And the other thing that the attorney here had mentioned is something that we need to take and have happen for our next meeting, and also what the CEO.
Thank you very
had
much,
said
sir. Your time
needs to be brought to the meeting.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
Shepherd.
much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
It's me again. Hey, James Engel. I wanted to also speak to the Connect Free program. I think it's a mistake for GRU to stop collecting that surcharge. You know, when we looked at your slide earlier, basically the note on it was, has no effect on GRU. And this is one of the few really effective kind of low-income housing programs in this area. And in a state that doesn't provide a lot of money for that, was found a program that actually has tangible results you can point at that have made a difference in the community. The primary people that pay into this are developers, quite a few of them from out of town. The primary people that benefit from this are GRU ratepayers. These are people that are said, living in the area, trying to get by, many of them directly getting help on upgrading the houses they already live in to usable sewer systems and no longer being on well water. Others being able to have some opportunity for living in the community and also paying into GRU. So I think when you ask around, it would be pretty popular with pretty much everybody in this utility. The developers pay a little bit more so that the community can get a little bit something out of it. These are people that are going to profit well off this community, and they can kick in a little. It's a program that is specifically, explicitly authorized by state law. This is not an uncommon program that we just came up with here in Gainesville. This is something that has been okayed by the legislature and is not an uncommon practice in municipal utilities around the state. The law you put up earlier that kind of formed this board said that its purpose was to solely further the financial benefit of the customers and its utility. And I think you'd have a hard time arguing that a program that takes a little bit of money from developers, puts them into benefiting ratepayers and citizens in this area, doesn't solely further the financial benefit of the customers and the utility. It's been a good, successful program. There's no gray area here. This is allowed by this law. This has been a successful program. It doesn't benefit anyone to eliminate it, except for developers coming into town and not having to pay this extra fee. It doesn't hurt anyone except people that need low-income housing and to get their houses put onto sewer systems and drinkable water. There's no reason to cut this out. I'd ask that you guys vote this motion down, take a quick look at this program, pull it out of there, and the other programs that actually do affect GRU, let's take a look at doing those instead of stopping this very successful program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Angela Castile. It is not the place or the responsibility of GRU to do anything other than provide reliable power and other utilities to its customers, period. Written into the law, it says that the city cannot charge franchise fees or right-of-way fees. So if they do, it goes against the law. Now, if they're gonna ask that you pay permit fees, is this retaliation for the legislation for not being able to charge these other fees? We need to look into that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. The only thing I ask if you're going to speak, if you can get up a little bit, because it'll speed the process up. We
Yeah.
thought we were done. So,
Hi, Nancy Darren. I'll echo what Mr. Engel said. I totally agree. And you're gaining more customers. If you get people off well and septic, they become GRU customers. I would say there's a benefit to GRU in that if you just want to look at dollars. So in addition to what he said, I would make that point. Thank you.
thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Kim Popejoy, and this is an illegal law. And all of these social efforts that make our city a more livable community are specifically prohibited by this illegitimate law. So what the CEO has recommended, the motion that has been made, absolutely should be passed. You guys should just go for it. Remove any approach to helping the citizens of Gainesville. Make sure you continue to hurt the most vulnerable citizens of Gainesville so that we will continue to build, with your help, the political, the personal support to bring this board to an end so that you guys will ultimately resign and then we can go back to cleaning up the mess. So yes, vote for this. Absolutely. Be as cruel as you possibly can be, because that's what this law demands. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, back to the board. The motion on the floor is to adopt the first three items on the list. And any discussion from the board at this point?
So, on the, does this all relate to the next fiscal year?
Yes, it does.
Starting October
Yes.
1st of 2024.
Yes. Any other? So just, I was on the commission when I looked into Connect Free, and I actually helped with Fred Murray change Connect Free so it could be used for low-income housing and other stuff, because it wasn't being used to connect sewers or water wells. And I'll be happy to pull up the records on that. So I did work with Connect Free a lot. I was also on the Gainesville Housing Authority, and I don't think we ever got the advantage of Connect Free. We applied for it. So I do respect what people are saying, but what I would like is, I'm going to vote for this, but I would also like the city to provide the last 2 years of what they did with Connect Free. So I'd like to have that public record request made. Because if folks think their people are actually hooking up sewer and water, and I think we'd have record, that's not happening. There are some good things Connect Free does, though. And it's not switching from sewer to, from septic to sewer or well to water, but it is paying for low-income housing to hook up to sewer or hook up the connection fees is some of the options. But to transfer from septic to sewer, that wasn't popular, and we had an abundance of money sitting there, so we expanded it.
So I would characterize it is used to connect people from wells to water, or from septic tanks to centralized sewer.
How many have we done?
But it's very small. The amount is very small that has happened. The program was changed to basically have those funds go toward affordable housing, but water and wastewater associated with those, extension charges, extension costs, connection fees, and everything associated with that.
Yes.
So that was
That
expanded.
was like in
to include that, yeah.
15 or 16.
Yeah, so it's changed a couple.
Yeah, I know, but the original time, yes.
Yep.
Okay. That's all yeah.
The developers pass 100% of that
Oh,
cost.
back to the home buyers, which penalize the home buyers. And anybody, no disrespect, but anybody says that the developers or the employee or the landlord is gonna eat the cost has never run a business in their life. We pass every penny along. So if I have a rental house and you charge me $20,000 to do something, I am going to charge my tenant for that same thing. As the taxes go up, I'm gonna charge my tenant, the low-income tenant. So that's the way it is. That's business 101. First thing you do, pass along cost. So, any other board members? Ma'am?
Mr. Chair, I just want to add that, to be clear, the board did only add the phase 2 for the motion, but did not address phase 3 in the motion. So I just wanted to bring that to the board's attention.
And really, all I was looking for at phase 3 is for us to move forward, focusing on the evaluation of all the rest of the services with the 3 options of internal, external, or
And you're,
services with general government.
yeah, I mean, you're doing that anyhow, correct? Or
We are doing
Right, that's what I'm
that.
saying. So I don't know if we need a motion for that. You're gonna bring everything back to the board for
Correct.
approval anyhow.
Let me be real straightforward. I wanted to make sure, and I think this is clear, that continuing to work with general government, if it's the most cost-effective way to do business, that is acceptable by the board. And so I think that is clear from the board, but that is what I was looking for there.
Yeah, I mean, if it makes financial sense.
Right.
That-
That's what I
we're-
understood.
That's our goal.
Yep.
Okay, so the motion on the floor stands then. All in favor of the motion on the floor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous. And then, Mr. Cunningham, you will bring back that Connect Free stuff and present it to the board?
Correct. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next item is 2024-137 escrow for government services contribution. This was an item that Vice Chair Coates submitted.
Now, just clarification, because I got a phone call about this one. I thought you brought this up.
Well, he put it on the
You
agenda.
didn't bring this up, though?
This escrow business.
You didn't bring it up? I mean, you didn't ask for it to be put on the agenda?
No, I think James did.
Okay.
Member Coates asked to be, put on the agenda. I think Mr. Caro said he would like it to be on the agenda.
Yeah, because I want to address the GSC again.
GSC in general.
Okay. I got a phone call saying that I wasn't putting something on the agenda that you wanted and that this was it. So I just want to remind everybody, we set the agenda. If there's anything you want on the agenda, you can bring it up here, the board can vote on it, we can put it on. Okay, but so whoever called me got it wrong, I guess. I apologize.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
you're up.
Thank you very much. With the unique circumstances that we have, having 2 and 2, in regard to the general services contribution or GFT, I really want to honor the members of this board who need time to discuss and research. I genuinely do. But what we have is a patient that is bleeding out. So an escrow, to me, an internal GRU escrow, gives us a vehicle that allows us to put a tourniquet on while the professionals, everyone involved, have an opportunity to look at the situation and create a true solution. It might be a fifth member and it cancels out the general fund transfer 2 weeks from now. We don't know that. Every month that goes by costs the ratepayers and adds $1.3 million. It's horrible. But I would like the people on this board to have the time that they need. That being said, it also gives us a very different conversation in the joint meeting that we have with the city. A very fruitful conversation with the city that I think will allow us to implement results faster, more effectively, that are more beneficial for everyone involved. In the sake of time, that's it for me.
So is there a motion?
No, because I'm going to speak here
Okay,
for
go
just a
ahead.
little bit. I understand what you're trying to do there with the escrow. As you probably can tell from my comments at the last meeting, I don't think that we can even do this by law, that is, pay the city. I mean, as I read the statute, and I'll defer to you, Mr. Attorney, I don't think that we can, under the clauses under 711, give money to the city. If we are required, as the statute says, well, I don't want to read the statute, but I think the statute specifically says that we need to utilize our money in the pecuniary interest of the utility. And that doesn't mean giving money to the city. And so, I mean, last time, I didn't even get a second to the motion.
That'll be different today, sir.
Yeah, but in reality, I don't think we can do that by law. I mean, I could go into other justifications like I did at the last meeting and my feelings about giving money to the city that they literally have taken from the ratepayers for a number of years. And so I was sent something by the city. It came in my GRU email just in the last week, and they submitted a chart, and it showed that since 2011, this is what they received in GSC, and it was $472 million. And we're staring into the abyss here. And I understand the city wanting their money. I don't know, how many years ago did they start this?
Oh, I don't know. I mean,
Anybody know? I mean, I think it's, I would call.
Mark's been here the longest, so Mark, as long as he's been here.
I'm not going to comment on that.
Yeah, well.
Question, how long the transfer has been in place?
Yes.
It's been since the early, 84, 85.
Okay.
Somewhere around in there.
I mean, I would call that practiced avoidance, that the city has avoided all those years imposing, an additional property tax or an additional way to raise money. It is not just property tax on the part of the city, they have sales tax, they have a ton of other things that they can do. And yet they're, as somebody said, they're pickpockets. And I, you know, when that came up months ago, I thought, well, that's a little harsh. But the more I've thought about it, the more I don't think it's very harsh at all. And if you think about the GSC as it relates to people in the county, I mean, is that a tax? We're not going to call it that, but if they're giving money every year to the city and the people out in the county are giving money for that, I mean, you know, there may be a moral and ethical question there as well. It doesn't seem to bother a lot of people, but I don't think we can do it by law. Regardless of how otherwise I may feel about it, I don't think we can do it by law. I'll give you the floor.
Well, Mr. Chair, if the question is, can you escrow or stop the general services transfer, I believe, my opinion is, the answer is yes. You have that power pursuant to 1645. And I do think, you know, looking at the law is important and instructive. The section that we're really looking at here is the section related to 7.03, and then you go down to 1G, and that's the section that says to prepare and submit to the city commission at least 3 months before the start of the city's fiscal year an annual budget for all authority and GRU operations, including the amount of any transfer to the city. The term of the budget shall coincide with the city's fiscal year. The amount of any transfer is subject to limitations specified in section 7.11. Now, cities under 166.241 amend their budget many times. It is something that happens often because revenues change, expenses change, and you have to true all that up for your annual audit. So cities change the budget often. So you have to change or amend your budget in the same manner that you set your budget. So if we do this, I would recommend that we do it by resolution and send that on to the city if that's what you decide to do, first of all. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't tell you that Dan Nee and I have had this conversation, and he believes in opposite to what my opinion is. And I don't want to speak for Dan, but I think his opinion is that this section allows you to set your budget and give the city at least 90 days notice before October 1, and that's your methodology to set the budget. I think inherent in this section, you have the ability to set the budget, but you also have the ability to amend the budget. So that's why I think you have the power to do this. When we look at another provision in the statute, which is, or the charter change in 7.10, general provisions, and this talks about the authority's general powers. And under subparagraph 2, it says all city ordinances, policies, rates, fees, assessments, charges, rules, regulations, and budgets, again, emphasis on the word budgets because that's what we're talking about here, related to the operation of the utilities shall remain in effect until such time as the authority pursuant to the powers granted in this article modifies any such item. So I think it is inherent in this 1645 that you have the ability to modify the budget. Again, that's another area that I think is important. Now, turning to the limitation, and I think this is also instructive, and I would say that our CEO and I have had conversations about this. This all becomes somewhat interrelated. There's a limitation on the general services contribution. The maximum cap, this is 7.11, for any fiscal year of the GSC, the general services contribution, which is what we're talking about here, is not to exceed the aggregate utility system net revenues less flow of funds. And both of those terms are defined in the law, starting with net revenues means gross revenues less fuel revenues. That seems kind of straightforward, that part of it. Now, where it gets a little more complex is the flow of funds. And I think this is where Member Carroll was just speaking a moment ago. It means the sum of required debt service, necessary operations and management expenses, a reasonable contribution to a utility plan improvement fund, identified SLA-related losses, and other lawful purposes provided in bond covenants. So I think the MOUs that your CEO is talking about and the SLA funds interrelate to what is meant by the flow of funds. I don't know that you have got the answer to all of it. I think he's chipping away at it, and one of those is a big ticket item is your IT funding. So I think the short answer to the question is yes, I think you have the authority to do what the motion is that is on the floor. Or the
motion?
No motion yet, if there's such a motion.
Right.
It's 10 o'clock, it's good.
I think you
Yeah.
have that ability to do that.
But that's not the question I asked.
Is it illegal?
To your question, Member Carroll, I believe the answer is it's not prohibited by the law.
What's not prohibited?
Transferring the funds
I agree.
to the city. It's not
I agree,
prohibited.
it's not.
So it is allowed.
It's allowed, but it also goes on to say that whatever, let's see exactly where it talks about, shall consider only pecuniary factors and utility industry best practice standards, which do not include consideration of the furtherance of social, political, or ideological interests. So, social would seem to include that in a giant basket, if none other. And so I mean, it also says that it puts a maximum on the GSC, but it doesn't say that one should be made.
That's correct.
Yes,
I think our opinion is
it's got to
that
meet
there's,
the other requirements. And when we are staring into the abyss and $1.84 billion in debt that was caused essentially by the city, and at least a large part of it, I don't see how we can ever reach the threshold where we have extra money to give to the city.
and I think that that's, to Scott's point, one of the questions that still remains to be answered. So the short answer to the question is, can we stop the general fund transfer? Can we escrow the general fund transfer? I believe that our opinion is the answer is yes, but you don't have to. You may, but you
Yes.
don't have to.
Yes, that's right. I agree with that. One of the problems I have with escrow is that it doesn't help the ratepayers, and it doesn't help our debt service. And so, I mean, I'll just say that.
Yeah, why don't we get a motion on the floor, because we're doing a ton of discussion. We don't even have a motion to talk about yet.
Can I make one comment before a motion is made specifically about the escrow? I think there's a way for us to account for that as a set aside without a escrow as that mechanism. So we can account for that. An escrow is a complicated mechanism that will take a lot of administrative time and effort and to set up. We could set aside those funds and mark them, on the books as a set aside that. So if a motion is made, my preference would not be for it to be escrowed, but it to be set aside.
Okay.
And that doesn't help the ratepayer either.
Correct.
Yes.
Right. It's just addressing.
Yes. And that's another problem I have. I mean, we're looking at debt, we're looking at the ratepayers. And, the presentations at the last meeting where we said, this is where we would be if we withheld 100% of it. And this is where we would be, and the ratepayers would be, and debt service would be if we withheld half of it. I enjoyed those presentations. We didn't get us anywhere, but it gave people an idea that it could make a difference. It could make a difference, and it's not an ideological thing. It's not a social thing. It is in the interest of the ratepayers. and debt service.
So, anybody want to make a motion?
Mr. Chair?
Well, I mean, I'll make another motion to withhold the entire entirety of the GSC, based on what I've said already, that I don't think that it can be allowed by law, and I don't think it's best for the ratepayers in debt service.
I second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Anybody like to speak to the motion on the floor?
Well, somebody developed a spine. My goodness. I don't, all right. I'm going to say something very differently. I am fine with very aggressive approach, but you take the cake. I'm going to speak to the chair. I got to speak to the chair. One of your colleagues takes the cake today, but I just don't think that is responsible. I think we could be aggressive in the approach. For example, there's a way to approach it. I think will it pass? I'm not sure. We'll see. I think there's a percentage that should go. But my always question is becoming, the pressure needs to be turned up. I think you just did that. That's more than we've had in 5 months. And I think if we do the math of the CFO, who I, again, hold in high esteem and respect, I think that continuing down a path of, nothingness, this is something. So this is a breath of fresh air. So I don't know how to feel about this. I think I was hoping maybe like a $10 million transfer, but you said 0. So I don't know, but hey, you're more aggressive than what I was going to want to approach it with. I was going to encourage you to do 10, hell 5, but you want a 0. So I don't think it'll pass, but who am I? I don't get a vote. I'm just a regular person that pays, right? And I can say this, I love the folks that come up here and tell you about us low-income people, or us, and there's usually a connotation given to the low income. Well, I'm one of those people that lives in East Gainesville that they talk about, usually the people that look like me. And in the spirit of the month that it's in, I find it rich coming from some of the folks that claim to be allies and care about us poor folks, us colored folks, as they like to so be our allies. And they've been raking us over the coals for many, many years. We've been paying for those nice solar panels on their roofs on the other side of town, and they get to feel good about protecting the environment because we get to pay for it, making them feel good. So kudos to you. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Mr. Chair, Jim Conish, I was involved in the drafting of this legislation. I have
Mr.
furnished.
Conish, there was someone waiting in line
Oh,
behind.
I'm sorry.
No problem. I didn't see him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bobby Murmur, coordinator of the Alachua County Labor Coalition. Please don't. Just please don't. I mean, if for no other reason, at your last meeting, there was a vote taken and there was discussion that a decision was made to hold off on this, doing anything with this nuclear bomb until after having a joint meeting with the city commission. Setting aside these funds will require the city, because they have to prepare their budgets for future years, and also they have to, make sure the budget continues as it's supposed to be this year, right away. Even if you're just setting it aside, even if in the future you put it back, people have to prepare for this at the city. And you've already made a decision to hold off until you have a joint discussion in the sunshine with the city commission. What signal does it send to your business partners, your vendors, creditors, the state legislature, your own workers, that all it takes is one meeting and you'll completely reverse a decision? It is not the way to do business. It's just not. It's not gentlemanly. And please don't. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chair, Jim Conish. I was involved in the drafting of this legislation. I have furnished your attorney a copy of the legislative history that I have. And my concern is this. You have a cap on the GSC. The constituent of the GSC is not just the direct 15.3. It's all the shortages on the myriad financial relationships between GRU and the city. A lot of them, the CFO doesn't even have a handle on it. So we don't even know how to apply the cap. 3 million for IT, 1.1 million for county streetlights, not paying for broadband. And there's millions upon millions upon millions of dollars that we don't even know how large it is. So your job in any fiscal year, it says in 711, in any fiscal year, including this fiscal year, there's a cap. And you cannot enforce the cap because at this late date, we have no idea how much money we lose on these relationships, not only with the city of Gainesville, but with Alachua County. But it's millions of dollars. It could be very easily more than the 15.3. It'll take a long time to unravel HR and unravel vehicle maintenance. It would not take a long time to claw back what the city attorney is getting out of this, because every time this gentleman comes up with a position, this gentleman back here is 180 degrees to it, because he doesn't represent GRU, he represents the city commission, who have been beaten down by the legislature. And more beatdowns are coming. If they continue to behave the way they are, they're going to be tossed out of office by an impulsive governor that will not stand for it. And that's just the way it is. I didn't create this situation, but there's no way they with impunity can sue the Attorney General, can sue the Secretary of State, can sue the governor, can spend all this money kicking and screaming. They lost, and they are fired, period. So with this kind of uncertainty, there is no basis for 15.3 of a direct transfer. We don't have a handle on how much in kind they're getting out of us, but it's millions. It's millions upon millions of dollars because the city commission turned GRU into a political ATM. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name's Don Shepard again, I think that this must be passed. And I'm not no lawyer, but I think by law, this has to be passed. How many times do we have a record of how many times the city commission has broken the sunshine law? Laws mean nothing to the city commission. It's been done years ago. 1968, it started, and it hasn't stopped. Mayors after mayors, commissioners too, broke these sunshine laws. When are we gonna make a law that stops them? I think this here will help stop them. And the money we get from this, let's put it towards helping the homeless and building houses and helping the realtors to be able to make $1 on all these sunshine laws that these mayors and commissioners have been fooling away. If we had a PDF of this, we would be rich ourselves. And we could go on this island tour as been spoke of tonight. So I ask and beg of you to make this happen so that GRU is not being the piggy bank that it's been for years. And this history needs to be pulled up by your committee of how long this city has been stealing from GRU. And I vulgarly call it stealing, because what else could I call it? I'm not a lawyer, so I can't state that, but that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Next speaker, please.
Again, Angela Castile. And again, It is your responsibility to right this ship. It is your responsibility to right this ship. And if that means taking the 15.3 million away from the city and putting it towards paying down the debt, then so be it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Roberta Gastmeyer. Mr. Carroll brought up those nice charts that were presented a couple weeks ago, and I want to remind everybody that 100% of the GSC, if applied to rates, would reduce at the average ratepayer. The bill would be someplace between $1.40 and $13.15 less. So that's not going to really help the person who has a $500 electricity bill. I understand that that might be a lot of money for people, but we are not just ratepayers. We are also taxpayers. We are also people who partake in the city's services. And by reducing the GSC to zero, is going to mean we're going to be paying someplace else. And it's going to be property taxes. And if you think that that's not going to be passed along, as you said before, that will be passed along to the people who are in low-income housing and other places. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hey, folks, I'm sorry, it really echoes up here because I could hear you guys, not her. So next speaker, please. Thank you.
Thank you. James Engel. I appreciate how hard you were looking at this law and trying to make sure that you follow the letter of it. And I know that's a serious concern as I look at the 4 city residents and 1 county resident that make up this board in front of me. This is a bad idea. This is poorly thought out. This is going to have huge implications in this community. You've already got a meeting set up to sit down with the city commission to come up with an actual plan that makes sense and look at numbers. And to do this off the cuff with this little amount of forethought into it is a bad, bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Nancy Darren, I ask you to reject this motion. The last meeting, you said you weren't going to make more decisions until you had the joint meeting and you could talk through and think about this. It's devastating and destabilizing to all of us who live in Gainesville, especially as well as in the county. It makes prudent budget and strategic planning impossible. It sends a terrible message to the rating agencies to any kind of questions around stability or continuity of governance. You should reject any further cuts to the GSC going forward. I think you should at least maintain it at the 15.3 and increase it to at least 19 million or so, which is still below the transfer that would properly be in any of the formulas that have been used to determine a fair return to our city residents' own business. Nearly 60% of our properties are off the tax rolls and over 51% of residents rent. Higher taxes and reduced services have already been a result. Gainesville ratepayers are also Gainesville residents, renters, homeowners, business owners, employees, shareholders of our utility. We do not exist only in some tight, isolated little box of ratepayer. As citizens and taxpayers, we are impacted by higher taxes, lower levels of service, and loss of the amenities we have voted for and paid for. Cutting the GSC has been far more costly to me as a property owner paying taxes in the city, and less than 50% of people do. Because we have so much non-taxable property, then the possibility to save 86 cents to $3 a month on my electric bill, because most people who are GRU customers, adopted energy, do have efficiency and are using 811 or less. We are the owners and shareholders of our asset. We pay into our utility. Part of that money goes to running and maintaining GRU, part to our bondholders, but the rest belongs to us. This is the purpose of a municipal business. You are confiscating our share of our money and sending it away instead of building our community and making our local economy stronger so we can have a well-thought-out, very effective debt reduction strategy. We should be like with any other business in this community, GRU should be contributing to our local economy and providing the robust level of services that we expect here as a university city.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Chair, board members, Tyler Forrest. So try not to cover what has already been said. I'll just remind you of the numbers I gave at another meeting. General government, as a result of their cuts, cut 125 positions. 33 of those were filled positions. I'm not saying those people necessarily lost their jobs. Fortunately, a lot of them were able to find other jobs within the city, okay? But still, 125 positions. GRU on their side closed 20 total. So I think there's still opportunity for efficiencies within your organization. I'd encourage you to look within. But I'd also make the point that any organization that has just absorbed that kind of cut, if you have another cut of a similar magnitude, you can look and see what they just did and expect more of the same, except this time those positions won't be vacant because those ones have already been closed. These are going to be filled, and they're going to be the most important positions. For example, on those 125, none of them were police officers. There's 60 open positions for the police officers, and every one of them stayed open. There were a dozen for the firefighters. Only 2 of those were closed. That is not going to be sustainable if you continue to make sudden cuts. I encourage you to go with your motion that passed before, to hold a joint meeting, discuss it, work together, and you can work towards future budgets that make everybody happy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, bringing it back to the board for discussion and the motion on the floor.
I'd like to make a comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the interesting things that I've noticed is I like data, and when reactionary data to be specific. We've heard this term, there's a small group of people in Gainesville that steer a narrative, right? What's most interesting is that for the last 2 months, this topic has been on the news, every news channel. It has been in every newspaper. It has been in every social media outlet. But yet when I count my emails for people asking to not cancel the general fund transfer, it's less than 50. What's more interesting is that most of the people that are coming to this meeting verbally also sent us the email. Then we look at people like Angela Castillo, who did a poll that says more than 3,000 people in Gainesville that we should cancel the general fund transfer. If we use data alone, I cannot make a decision for a small group of people. It's against why we are here. We are here for the ratepayers in general. And if we use data alone, the masses have spoken. Thank you, sir.
Anybody else? So I've got three or four comments. When I think back at when JLAC designated the municipality to come up with a formulaic approach for the GSC, in which they did do that. And when that plan was presented back to JLAC, it appears that they accepted that proposal or that plan. And so we do have a formulaic approach. I think about the planning part of this. When from my perspective, we should plan these things out. I would, if we want to address the formula and come up with a different methodology, I'm okay with that. And discussing how that might work itself out. And then, as I understand it, every municipally owned utility has a GSC. It is a common way for the two entities to support each other. And so, if we were to eliminate it, it appears to me we would be an outlier. Right now, it's on the low end, as I understand it, and I'd love to see better data, but it appears to me that we are on the low end of that.
Well,
God has spoken.
But, and I think it should be on the low end because of the debt load that we carry. It needs to be on the low end, and I'm okay with adjusting that. But I feel like making a change midstream, considering all these factors, I'm not in favor of the motion.
okay, and I'll restate what I stated last meeting. You know, we're told not to make it political. We're told this, and I made my point last meeting, which was we cancel this transfer. The only recourse the city commission has is on the citizens itself, typically through property taxes. Your response was, let that be their burden. Let that fall onto them. The constituents will speak. But the fact of the matter is, they don't care. They really don't. If history tells me anything, they'll just put it on the people. So we're going to sit here and put it on the people, and we're doing it without a business decision. I mean, I love the fact that you're saying, well, it's this or that, you know, in the law, but there was a formula done. It was referenced that we have some sort of transfer and that we do it in a timely manner to present the budget 3 months in advance. I hear that it's a good business move. You know, let's hold all the cards and go in there and say, we have the cards, and if you want to negotiate with us, we'll give you back some money or something. I don't do business like that. Sorry. Data, I mean, I respect that someone out and they got 3,000 signatures that nobody's aware of. I've never seen this. And, you know, that's how we're going to start doing business, because I'll guarantee you someone will come up with 10,000 that says that we should buy another biomass plant. I mean, you know, that's a dangerous move. My position hasn't changed from last week. I mean, 2 weeks ago. I think it's a bad business decision. I want to go to the table, figure out where we're at, and go forward. We're going to sit there, and if this every meeting, you guys, one of you two are going to bring it back to cancel it until we get the fifth member. Hopefully that goes with you, or maybe it goes with us. The board's not going to get anything done. You know, we already did something, and so it's brought back again. You know, and I guess every week it'll get done. You know, or every 2 meetings. I'm not going to support it for the same reasons I stated. I think it's a bad business move. I think it's going to be punitive to the residents of the city of Gainesville only. And if nobody can see that, I'm shocked, because they already made up the 19 million on the taxpayers. That is the people in the apartment complex. It affects me by 3%, and that's it. I'm homesteaded. Everybody else is paying it. Okay? And the feedback that I'm getting, people are saying, well, that's why there should be more than one city resident up there. You want to hear feedback? That's feedback I'm getting. So I am not going to support it for the reasons I stated last time and the reason I'm stating this time. And I want to go forward and see what we come up with. Is there opportunity to claw back? Yes. I've already said it. I said it at the beginning of the meeting. But let's do it in a very deliberate, business-like move. Let's not do it because we were prodded to do it. Let's not do it because it sounds sexy. Let's do it because it's a business move. That I'll support. Nobody's come up with a business reason to do it. So I'm not going to support it. So.
Okay, well, I think the business reason is to save money. And we need money. Obviously, we need money. But when you talk about going to the city and sitting down with the city, you know, I'm uncomfortable because, as I've already said, we have specific limitations on how we should spend money. And so if I go sit down with the city, I'm saying, well, I by law cannot give that money for those purposes, but I'm willing to give it to a surrogate to do that for me. And I'm uncomfortable with that.
Okay.
I'm uncomfortable with it. And I think that I'm probably violating what I'm supposed to be doing here by doing that. And so, I mean, we can argue until the cows come home, as the old saying goes, about you know, where this is going, you know, where the chickens are going to come home to roost and how they're going to roost. But the reality is that I am restrained by the law as I see it, and I don't think that Scott's going to tell you any different. I don't think. I mean, and if you will, I mean, speak up. But because of that, I'm, as I said before, I'm clearly uncomfortable and unwilling to give that money to a surrogate to do exactly what this is prohibiting.
Okay. Okay. So we need to look at our gas suppliers, everybody else, to see what they do with their money. Because we shouldn't give to them either under that premise.
Which premise is that?
That we shouldn't give it to a surrogate or give money or have money to, hand money to
That's
people.
being spent to further the interests of the utility, I would argue.
I respectfully disagree with you.
Okay.
I don't do business that way. I called the governor's office, asked them, am I doing what you want? I mean, is this why you put me in office? They said, yeah. I called the guy that recommended me for this job. I said, am I doing what you wanted? Is this why you recommended? He goes, yeah. It's okay. So I'm at peace with that.
Okay.
And I hope that tomorrow you and I go have coffee and you and I. But if we're going to do this every 2 weeks, why don't we just tell the governor's office, we're going to pause until we get our 5th member?
Well,
Maybe that's the answer.
I don't know that we need to do that,
Well,
but
I mean,
I'm uncomfortable giving the
if it
governor
doesn't
an
pass,
ultimatum,
if
but
it doesn't pass here, it'll just,
I feel like we're making progress on
Yeah.
that front.
yeah.
I hope so. Okay, done with the discussion?
I am.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, aye. There we go. It dies. Next item, please.
Mr. Chair, the next item is 2024-116 Lift Station 1 improvements.
So, Mr. Chair, Board, Debbie Doherty, she is our water wastewater officer. We don't have a presentation. We had this on the consent agenda, but I think she's going to give an overview of the item and be available to answer any questions.
So I won't regurgitate everything on the item that was written to you guys, but this particular project, Lift Station 1, is our largest lift station in Gainesville, has the largest collection area, located over there on UF Golf Course, 34th and Southwest 2nd Avenue is where it's physically located.
Can you hold on one second?
Yeah.
I'm sorry that, or maybe turn her mic up a little bit.
I think with the door shut.
Yeah. So it's our largest lift station, very important to us to keep this facility. It's part of our master plan for how we get flow from the collection system out to Kanapaha and how we get flow over to Main Street. We have a large construction project coming at Main Street. This is all part of the plan of how we get there. This particular project was part of a Resilient Florida grant that we applied for. So it's got a 60% or 40-60% match funded. So this has a grant tied to it, which is partly why I didn't want it to get off the agenda tonight, because we have got to get going on construction. We have a
Are we
deadline.
40 or 60? Which
We
part do
are, we
pay?
match 60, they pay 40.
Okay.
So this is the grant that is, we spend $12 million, and it's 4.7 million comes from DEP on the Resilient Florida program. It is federal money. It's tied to the COVID funds that came down. So, but we have a deadline in 2026 to finish this project. We did take it out to bid and receive 3 bids, which is great for the market we're in right now. It's tough to get contractors to the table. They're all very busy. So with that, I'll just pause, and if y'all have specific questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
I think the only request that some ratepayers would just to talk about the cost associated to it. That was really, they just wanted to hear us talk about the cost, and I think we can make our motion and close this thing out.
It's part of our capital budget as submitted too, so it's part of the.
And I would say, just as a ratepayer, when I heard the cost, I almost died. I mean, seriously, you don't really think about the cost of this. Mr. Cunningham and I talked about it, and I'm sitting there going, it's a lift station, man. I had one at my house, or about yay by yay. And then he explained a little bit more. So I think to Mr. Coates's point, I don't think we don't know what we don't know.
Right.
How big are these motors?
We're putting in 140 horsepower motors, 3 of them, and then one's a jockey that's 75. So this is a large lift station. This is not the thing you drive by and there's like a little round wet well with a little antenna sticking up. That's not this. This has an electric building. It has a generator, a diesel generator to run it in a power outage, and it has very large pumps, 2 wet wells. This is a large station.
Right.
So this is not your run-of-the-mill lift station, for sure. We did, through the design, get an engineer's estimate at the beginning of the project early on. We later had a construction manager give us an estimate. I'll tell you, those numbers were 4 and 6 million, which was kind of a widespread. So I'm glad we put it out for hard bid. So we went out for competitive numbers, and we got a 4.7 number, which I'm pretty happy with in the big scheme of things, between 4 and 6. So we feel good about it.
Is that 4.7 total, or is it our portion?
That is the construction cost to build it. So we will pay that whole amount of money, and then the grant will pay us back.
Thank you, and thank you very much for putting that together. I hope the people that requested that see this, that we do listen.
Any other questions from the board? No. Do we have a motion on the floor then?
Motion move forward.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Thank you. Citizen comment on the motion on the floor? Okay. No. Oh, all right.
I think the motion on the floor should be that we've follow through with what this gentleman had taken.
That's not the motion we have on the floor right now. This motion, sir, is for the lift station.
And I think, the lift station, I don't think it's, something that, I would pay for out of GRU money. And she mentioned about it being COVID-19 money. Well, then let Biden send them a check. Why should the taxpayers have to pay for it? Why don't you get the grant check from President Biden himself and, go ahead that way instead of, putting it on taxpayers? And that's where it would be if it hits the city commission. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, back to the board. All in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. The next item is member comment.
Any comments?
Got nothing.
Comments?
I've commented enough.
I'm going to just say something real quick because some people have asked, and I get a little emotional about this. My son was in an accident a couple weeks ago. He's an F-35 fighter pilot. He was in Italy, and he was dogfighting F-16s, and he broke his back skiing. Thank God he's not paralyzed. He's stubborn, perhaps like his father, and he's in a full back brace, and they're going to watch him for 3 months and see if it heals. And my stubborn son went to work yesterday and today to do something for the squad, so he's mobile. So some folks have emailed, some people have asked tonight, and there's the update, and I just ask you for your prayers. That's all. And I did it at the end because I didn't want your sympathy in the beginning. I didn't want to say I was doing that. I just love that some of you have asked how my son was doing, so thank you so much. And I know at the end of the day, we're one big family, even if we don't agree.
It's okay not to agree. It's okay.
I don't agree with my wife all the time, and I love her more than anybody in the world. So, and she doesn't agree with me. So that being said, any other comments?
Last item is adjournment.
Let's do that. Adjourned.
Well done.
I did that time.
Joe-
Catch me if I didn't.